Hello. Just so you know, I need you guys to like ignore what's going on in my background. I know there's a big mess on the floor. I was working on cleaning out my closet today, and those are all the clothes I'm getting rid of. Look at them. Actually, don't look at them, but look at them. Look at how much stuff I'm getting rid of. That's so many clothes, which is a lot, but also I never like wear any of those clothes, or they do not service me in the way I wish them to anymore. So I need to get rid of them, but that just means I get to buy more clothes, right? You finally found conifer in the fungal wastes, Rosie? I'm proud of you. Dylan. Dylan. You made that a little sexual. My clothes do not service me that way. I need to clean my glasses because they're gross. So give me a second. I need my... There's too many smudges on my glasses. I need my little cleaning wipe. Dylan, how are you doing? Are y'all ready to talk about your resolutions and your goals today? I am. And I mean, if y'all don't want to, you don't have to. And I will just talk about my life for however long it takes to get through everything. But I do very much wish to hear all about y'all's goals as well. I'm chilling. That's good. I have had a very nice day today. Better than normal, actually. Like, not that like my days are usually bad, but like they're not, like today was like a really good day in a while. Hello, Marshall. You're French. Welcome in. No worries about not speaking English well. You already are doing a great job and speak English very well because I can understand your message. Are these clean? One thing I'm wondering, this is the first time I've ever put my stream on just chatting. And in the past, not with me, but I know with other streamers that I know, just chatting category can be a bit problematic, so we'll see how this goes. He's better? Almost. Okay. Have I ever told you that I really like your glasses? I don't know. I do get a lot of compliments on them. So I don't know if you specifically have told me that, but I appreciate it. I do also really like my glasses, and like I'm due for another update on my prescription, and I like kind of want to just like ask if I can just get new lenses on these frames because I really like these frames. They're men's frames technically, but I love them a lot. And thank you for the compliment. I'll be back shortly, okay. Good luck, have fun with it, whatever you're doing. What's a men's? I don't know. You tell me. Anyway, I was gonna talk about my day before getting into the thick of it. I woke up before 11 o'clock, which is already a great start. And I did yoga, and that was great. I stretched out a lot of my body. I didn't realize how inflexible I actually was until I did that. I used to be super flexible, and I remember how flexible I used to be from like dancing, and doing those stretches was a bit of a wake-up call, as it always is, I feel like, when I try to do yoga. In fact, one of my goals this year was to do yoga. on a consistent basis, which I tried many times and stopped quite a few as well. But like I always am reminded of how inflexible I have become over the years after stopping dancing, you know? So that was really nice. I really liked that. Men's is the thing you have to do when you get hit in DVD after being unhooked by someone with borrowed time. Wow, that was an obscure joke, yes. Good job, Dylan. I believe that is called mending, though, not men's. It's close. Close. But not quite. After I did my morning stretch, I went for a nice walk around the neighborhood. Actually, like, kind of beyond the neighborhood. I live, like, right off this big street. This really busy street, and so I just, like, walked a few blocks in either direction and made, like, a big circle. And that was really nice, too. I haven't explored a whole lot around my general area, so I saw some things I haven't seen before yet. I took some pics of some interesting things. And it was nice to like get my body moving, you know? Give my little legs a little workout. And it's like 65 degrees here today because it was a little overcast, a little rainy. It was a nice temperature, perfect for walking. All I needed was a nice light jacket. It was a good time. And then after I got home, I did some self-care, gave myself a facial, trimmed up my eyebrows. They're looking real nice right now. And then I've been working on this for most of the day. I tried on a lot of clothes that I haven't tried on in a while. Went through pretty much everything I own. And I actually took out a lot of stuff that I was not expecting to take out. Stuff that I like no longer wear, stuff that doesn't fit me anymore, or stuff that's just worn out and old and that I need to throw away. This pile I'm actually going to take to my sisters this week, and then have them go through it. And then anything they don't take, I am donating. I do not want it anymore. Good riddance. There you are, you gosh darn hottie. Thanks. But also, no you. Yeah. How do you get away with being so hot? You know, I don't know. You'd think that more people would be like, just like swooning over me. And maybe they are in secret, but like, no one really tells me if or when they have a crush on me. And I wish they did. Because chances are, I'd probably have a crush on them too. Do I get free stuff? No. Should I? Do I need to work it a little more? Sounds like I need to be working it a little more. How many times have I told you I have a crush? Okay, well, you are the, like, one of the exceptions. Yes, work the hot bitch vibe, get free shit, honey. I don't know how to work that, though. I don't hate you. Wait, why are you saying that I hate you? I don't hate you, Rosie. Can never love an uggo like me. I get what? What are you talking about? How many times do I say I love you in a day? Come on, Rosie. Come on. Give me some credit. Because you won't have a crush on me back? Well, just because I don't have a crush on you now doesn't mean I won't ever have a crush on you. I'm so sorry. Did that hit a little did that hit a little too hard? I didn't mean for it to. Someday, maybe. I hope so. I can't, you know, I already have too many feelings. And I can't always control them. And so I just I don't know. I know you're just teasing me, but then it like makes me think, and then I get all in my feels into my head, you know? That's the risk with teasing me. Anyways. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry at all. I'm not upset about it. I just get a little awkward and I don't know what to say. Tragic Taurus baby, that's me. In her feels because someone mentioned her emotions, that's me. Yep. I also did some reading earlier. Not what I wanted or what I was planning on reading, but just I have this like little bookcase right here. And I was looking through my old like art theory textbooks. And that was kind of fun. And I was reading some very abstract and pretentious art theory texts. Sometimes things made sense and other times they sounded so outlandish and like what's the word I'm looking for? Academic, that I was like get a grip, you know? Hi Athena! How are you doing? But yeah, I need, okay, and that kind of also goes into my goals for next year. I need to, one of my goals is to like reacquaint myself with like art history and art theory and kind of recontextualize myself in that space. Because, especially because I want to start making art more actively in the next year. So I'm gonna start rereading those things again. And I am not lacking in material to read because one of my textbooks is like over 1,000 pages long and it's just like all art theory and it's like a huge book with tiny dense text on each page. So, you know, that'll take me a couple years at the least. Anyways, I suppose maybe I should like talk about how my goals went this year. In preparation for this, I did, so every year I write down my goals in my journal, which this is my journal. It's just a moleskin gridded notebook that I like write in. I decorate it with stickers and I even have some Kendall stickers on the back. So I have a whole list of goals in here that I then turned into a spreadsheet so y'all can see it easier. Doing all right? How are you? I'm doing okay. I had a pretty good day today, and I'm excited for the end of this year and the start of the new year. I'm excited for new beginnings. I just saw your stream title. It's not as clever as I wanted it to be. I think it's okay. It works, but not in the way like it's kind of awkward looking. But yeah, I tried to make a nice little clever joke out of it. Okay. Anyways, let me show you this spreadsheet I made. If I go right here. Okay, so you will see I did have to put myself down in this other corner that I'm not usually in, which means I had to also flip my camera so that when I look at my spreadsheet on your screen, it looks like I'm looking at the screen. Because if I keep it the way I normally do, it'll, like, on my little webcam, it'll make it look like I look the other way. Anyways, y'all are into spreadsheets? Y'all are nerds. I love that though. I would like to point out you didn't have to do any of this. Also, I love you. 1, I love you too. 2, I know I didn't have to do any of this, but 1, I wanted to, or A, I wanted to, and B, it makes it so much easier to talk about my goals and how I did with them on stream this way. So like, it's important, okay? You're a proud Excel nerd. I don't know how, like, I can put stuff in cells in Excel, but I do not how to do like fancy like what are they called, the functions and stuff like that. So yeah, the formulas and the code and all that stuff. Yeah, that's like I can do this. I can format some stuff, but I don't know how to like make things work like my back-end engineers at my job do, who work in Excel all day. But anyway, she absolutely needed to do all this. I appreciate that, Athena. LP is blown away. LP looks like he was not expecting this. I hope this is okay, LP. Okay, so let's talk about how this works, okay? So I have like my typical like life goals. I feel like life goals are like the general goals that everybody like makes around like the start of the year and whatnot. But like I also like in between like doing all of these things, I also have like media goals that I want to hit. Because like what do I do in between the times where I'm not working on any of these? Like I want to be either like reading a book, playing a game, watching TV, doing a movie or something like that, you know? So and I will say I definitely made these very ambitious. Like I over planned a lot of these, and so you can already tell that I did not hit a lot of them. Only the green ones did I like completely accomplish. But I'm not like upset about that, you know? I think I did a really good job this year, and I don't know. I think it's better to overplan a little bit than not have enough. Wanted to swing by and say hey. Gonna be lurking though. Have a great stream. No worries, Athena. Thanks for lurking and swinging by and saying hi. I appreciate it. Okay. So, I'll start with the like main life goals because those are like the meat of what I did this year, I think. By way of color coding, green are goals that I accomplished. Yellow are ones that like I either started and did not finish, or I like started and stopped a couple times because some are like more like habit forming goals, stuff like that. And then red ones, there are 2 red ones. These are ones that, well, this one, time efficiency, I have no idea what this means. I wrote it down and I don't even know what it means. So also I'm kind of sick of making my time like efficient in every single second of every single day. So I think this was just like not a great goal to have in the first place. And then this one with the dog, I did think about getting a dog this year, but I'm not ready for a dog. So this is not one I accomplished because I'm not ready for it. Cool chart, bro. Thanks. Aloha. How are you doing today? Talking about these are my goals for this year. Okay. So my first life goal was to get a full-time user experience job, which I did very, very early in the year this year. I got my job like I signed the offer letter like the first week of January, and then I started the job like 2 weeks later, 2 or 3 weeks later. So that one I like checked off my list real fast and it was real nice. I was real happy about that. At this point in time last year, I was just like I was in the middle of like several months of like job searching and it sucked, and I was expecting to like go through even more job searching. So I'm glad I didn't have to I didn't have to look too much longer. Hi, Leash. I'm doing okay. I'm doing better than okay today. I'm doing great. How are you doing? It's late for you. We're talking about goals and resolutions today. If you have any New Year's resolutions, I'd love to hear them. Just beat the 2 big mushrooms in locked room. GG, Rosie. You did it. I knew you could after beating Hornet today. I was planning on going to therapy this year. And like one of my goals was to just like take care of myself medically this year, which I did a lot better at starting in like October. I've gone to the doctor a couple times. I did not go to therapy or to the gastroenterologist, but I did go to other doctors that I needed to go to. So I did make an appointment for the GI, but I never went because last minute I decided that doctor was not a good doctor for me to go to. So I canceled the appointment. But these will be moved to next year because I still need to take care of myself. Better than okay. Love to hear that. Yeah, I know. It's like kind of wild. It feels good though. My New Year's resolution is learning to say no more. I'm very much a people pleaser, but I often find myself saying yes to gaming sessions or days out with people when I'm mentally needing time alone. I'm gonna only say yes next year when I'm mentally wanting to and capable of doing so. That is a really great goal, Leash. I relate to that a lot as a people pleaser myself. And if you ever like just I know that feeling, and I think I'm still working on that myself, but if you ever like feel bad about saying no and you want to like talk about it, I will hype you up and congratulate you for saying no and tell you that you did the right thing. So if you ever need just like your saying no cheerleader, I'm here for you. But yeah, that's a really great goal. I hope you go far with it. Roommates with Ken. So my brother is Kenzie. He's in here sometimes. Leash has met Kenzie. We've played DBD together. Not in real life. I haven't met Leash in real life, and I'd be surprised if my brother met Leash in real life without me knowing. But I do live with my brother, which I really wanted to at the beginning of the year. So it's been fun, and I'm glad we've done that. I also bought a car this year, which I've needed. I have not owned my own car prior to this year, and I've really needed one, especially with my new job, to get around. Attend regular professional meetups. So as a designer, I want to like network with other designers, you know, especially locally. And this was a goal I set in order to like just get to know people in the area, in the Dallas area. I did not go to any meetups this year. Mostly because like I think it's just kind of hard to like want to do more things related to work when you come home from at the end of the day after like an 8-hour workday, you know. So it was hard for me to get this one. I did attend a couple, but they kind of like petered out eventually. Ken's is a very nice lad. We stan him. Indeed, he is a very nice lad. This one, I'm not sure if I want to move to this year or this next year, but I think it's a good goal, but I don't know if I want to move it because of that reason, you know. Like, I don't want to think about work-related stuff after work, or when I'm not supposed to be working. Social media evaluation, basically close out my unused social media accounts. I don't have that many social media accounts, but even the ones that I do have, like, I'm primarily these days really only on Twitch, Discord, Instagram. I have Twitter, I have Snapchat, I have Facebook. I haven't used Snapchat in like literal years. Twitter I'll get on every once in a while, but like I always feel very bad after getting on Twitter. I feel like I never see like anything positive on Twitter, even though I try to like weed out my feed regularly. Or I would try. I don't really get on it anymore. And then Facebook. Do I even need to like talk about Facebook? I don't think I do. I feel like Snapchat I can close out pretty easily. I just haven't yet. Facebook I think is gonna be kind of hard for me because even though I don't get on it all that much, it's how like my primary way of staying connected, whatever that means, to people that like I know and kind of want to keep up with, but like we're not like close friends enough to like follow each other on Instagram or like check in like directly on a regular basis. So like for me it still has a purpose even though I'm never on it and I hate scrolling through my Facebook feed, but like I still like having that connection to some people. I don't know. I think that applies to all Twitter users. You know, I wondered about that, and my only like response to that is like, if all Twitter users feel that way, then why are we still on Twitter? I don't know. Facebook connects me to people should they need me, like if a bunch of friends want a school reunion or something, so I keep my account open but I never post. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I mean, like, I kind of like the idea of having like a school reunion. I don't know if I would ever go, but like there are some people that like I was like faintly acquainted with in like high school and whatnot that I'm connected to on Facebook. And it's also probably the easiest way to find me if like people from my past ever want to reconnect. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of on the fence. Like I kind of want to close that account, but like, yeah, I don't know. I haven't decided. Social media addiction? Yeah, I suppose so. Twitter, I think I need to like just really... I made a second account on Twitter like a year ago or so, and it was supposed to be more of like a professional kind of Twitter account. Because I attended a few meetups last year, virtual meetups, and most people's like contact info was on Twitter, so I wanted to like keep in contact with other like game developers and like designers in general, so I made like a more professional Twitter account and started following people on there. I have my like main Twitter account that is a big mess, and maybe I just closed that one down. I don't know what I'm gonna do with Twitter. Also, when I rarely log into Facebook, it's like, who from school has had a baby this time? Yes. It's like babies or marriages. Yeah, it's kind of weird. People are getting older on Facebook. And I'm just over here being like, I am not married, and I'm not even like really like dating anyone at all. And then also I am nowhere near to the point in my life where I would want a child. You have 3 Twitter accounts? Why do you have 3 Twitter accounts? I'm very curious. Are you like Twitter famous on any of those accounts, Leash? That'd be really cool if you are. 2 game jams. This one is kind of in relation to like the professional meetups. In order to like network, I like one of my professional goals is to like get into the game design sphere, especially through user experience. And so I think game jams are a good way to like get some experience and network with other developers and designers who are kind of in the same boat. I didn't look for game jams. I think it'd be fun, but like kind of in the same boat as like these professional meetups. It's like professional related work that I like have to do outside of work. Even though it would be fun and useful, it was hard to get the motivation to do this one. My main for Twitch stuff, one for real life friends, and a private where I vent into the void. On my real life friends one, I won a Nintendo contest for a £50 voucher. Nice. I love that for you. That makes sense though. Main for Twitch, one for real life friends, and a private where I vent into the void. So like, okay, so I have my main one, which like some Twitch people follow me on that one, and some real life people follow me on that one. But like, I only have like less than like 30 followers on that. And so when I did use it, it was a prime way for me to like just complain about everything that was bothering me in less than 140 characters. Yeah. And then I have that professional one, which I haven't even posted anything on, and I just follow people. I want to tweet into the void. Good call. Does anyone follow you on that private one, Leash? I put out a banger tweet today about my dream last night. You want to share? I want to read about your dreams. Oh, Dylan. Get out. Dylan. Can you not? Three friends who are following from their private accounts. I love that. Do y'all like comment about like everything you're like venting and like complaining about? Feeds are full of depressives and dumb shit. It's so funny. I love that. If you want to read about my dreams, just look in a mirror. Be Rosie. You're too smooth. Get out of here. That's all you wanted to say? Okay, bye, Dylan. Can't believe that's all you wanted to say. I cannot believe that. Okay. These ones, y'all are well acquainted with. To an extent. I bought a PC this year, which is evidenced by the fact that I am able to stream. And I am sitting right here in front of you right now, talking. I bought my PC back in April as both a birthday gift to myself and also like I spent my first bonus check from my new job that I had gotten like 3 months earlier on it as well. It was very fun and I have not regretted it. I love my computer. It's one of those what happens on private Twitter stays on private Twitter and nothing bad gets said, but it's like you don't want to post on your main about how you spill milk on the floor and cried an hour about it. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Maybe I should set up my another Twitter account, a third Twitter account just like you, Leash, and have it be my private one. I just vent into the void about how awful my life is sometimes, which is not that awful. It feels really bad. Okay, moving on Twitter. Buy a Switch. I did this kind of on a whim and by accident. Like I had the goal to buy a Switch, but I hadn't like regularly been looking for one to buy. And then Eric, y'all know Eric. He's been in here a couple times. He had an extra one that had never been opened. So I bought the current Switch that I have off him. And that was nice. It was kind of on a whim, kind of sudden, but it's been a good time. And I do appreciate not needing to play handheld all the time. You found Fog Canyon, but then died. Sounds about right. I hate Fog Canyon. I hope this isn't too much information. But Fog Canyon is my least favorite area in Hollow Knight. I hate it so much. The full Switch life is dope. Yeah, it is. I do love my Switch Lite, which I still have sitting on my shelf right there. But I do love having my nice full edition Switch. Looks dope. Yeah, it is really pretty, but I hate the enemies in there. Not a spoiler? Okay, good. Start streaming / charity. As y'all are well aware, I am streaming. I have been streaming on a pretty regular basis since I got my PC. And it's been a great time. I love streaming. And I was hoping, I didn't expect to get affiliate this year, but even if I hadn't gone affiliate, like I would have set up the Tiltify for donations for charity. But I do love that having the affiliate allows me to do a little more to do the charity thing. So y'all have really made this part happen, I feel like. I wouldn't be able to do as much if y'all weren't here. Start moaning for charity. Check. Easy. Okay. User experience / art / game articles. This one, I published a few articles relating to user experience in a couple games very early in the year. They're kind of rough around the edges, and I keep meaning to go back and like flesh them out a little better. This one's yellow because I kind of like started it, but it also kind of falls back into that realm of like it's kind of work related in a way, so it was hard to do on a regular basis. Philly is such a big achievement. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Leash. I know, it's been so fun. And like, I don't want to like, it is a really big achievement, but I also didn't want to make like too much of a big deal out of it because like, either way, I've enjoyed streaming, whether or not I have that like subscribe button and whatnot, but it's definitely been fun. Like, honestly, the one thing, like, I could have done without the ability to like have people have subs and cheer and whatnot in stream, but the one thing I really, really wanted, and I wish they had for like available for people who aren't even affiliates, is channel points. I think channel points are so fun. Like, that's really the one thing that I wanted from being an affiliate, is just the ability to have channel points and like do fun, weird goals, and like reward people for like watching. I think that's, I love how much people have loved my channel point redemptions. I love how much people have been contributing to the community channel point goal, which we are at 88% on. We're getting so close. So close. But yeah, I love the channel points so much. Yeah, no need for affiliate. Yeah, I don't think it should be restricted to affiliate. I think everyone should have access to them. Random reading. What do I read? I can read the most like abstract academic art theory related paragraph that I read in my book today. Would that be cool? Can I do that? Or is that going to be really boring? That's just like what's been on my mind, but I can find something more exciting to read. The channel point goals are so much fun to do. Everyone gets so excited. Yeah, I know. I love it.
Oh, bother. I'm so stuffed with fluff.
You hear it?
I'm dummy thick. And the clap of my ass cheeks alerted the bees.
LP. LP, thank you so much for gifting Alicia sub. You're so kind. You should enjoy your emotes. You're always welcome in the void. I know you vent into the void, which you were free to do here as well. In my little corner of the void. But congrats on becoming a voidlet. What was I talking about? Oh, random reading. What do I read? I'll read something different. No need to read boring academic art theory text today. Let's see. We're gonna read an entry from this. Okay, are y'all, Rosie, I feel like this is a good one for you because you're a Pisces, and Pisces are all about like the feels, you know? I am sometimes about the feels, and this piece of writing made me very feelsy. So get ready. Okay, look, that's a good one. I don't see a lot of people use it, but I like that. I like that one a lot too. It is such a mood. We're gonna read this little essay, which I can show on screen as well because it's published digitally. So this is like a little newsletter that one of my favorite authors slash just like influencers, his name is Johnny Sun. He's like he's like one of the kindest people on the internet that I know. I love all of his writing. I highly recommend you like follow him on like Twitter or Instagram or subscribe to this newsletter because it's so good. But I will read you this entry and you can follow along if you so desire. This one really got to me, and I think I saw this one, like someone posted the tweet that like with part of this text in Ari's Discord, I think. Maybe? I don't know. But anyway, I will read this to you. This is entry number 13, titled ZZ Plant, on the ability to tolerate neglect. The ZZ plant is a famously tolerant plant known for its ability to grow in the worst conditions. It can survive low light conditions, dry air, and dry soil. It is an incredibly popular plant because of how well it can survive neglect. If placed in, say, a windowless office, it will not complain. It will not mind that the buzzing overhead fluorescent lights are the only light it ever sees. It does not need to see the sunlight. If forgotten about, it can survive alone for months without any water at all. It will do just fine if it, say, didn't interact with anyone for weeks on end. It does not need much, if anything. Please don't worry about it, please. It really doesn't need anything. If you were to offer it a glass of water, it would say, no, really, it's okay. I'm fine without any. I don't want to bother you to get anything from me. Truly, it's totally fine, it promises. The ZZ plant will not grow much, if at all, under these conditions of neglect, but it will stay alive, its leaves remaining green and waxy, the neglect not showing anywhere on its surface. And if it's mistaken for a fake plant, as it often is, then that mischaracterization is taken with pride. To stay alive while being thought of as something that does not show any signs of life means it is doing something right. It means it is not taking up any space. The ZZ plant does not want to burden you with any of its needs, and so it has learned not to have any needs to burden you with. In exchange, it will stay the exact same as when you first met it. Never growing, proud of the fact that it would never burden you with having to adapt to any of its change. The ZZ plant wears its ability to survive in the poorest conditions proudly, like a badge of honor. I can survive an impossible amount of neglect, and that makes me worth keeping around. We placed our ZZ plant a few feet away from the big window in our bathroom, where it gets plenty of bright, indirect natural sunlight, and where it can see the sky every day, which is what we learned it prefers over low light conditions. We chose the bathroom because the humidity from the shower creates more humidity for the ZZ plant, which is what it prefers to dry air. It is not the only plant in the bathroom. In the shower, a humidity-loving English ivy fills its ledge, happily growing and filling its corner. And we chose the bathroom because this way, we will see our ZZ plant every day and carefully monitor its soil, watering it as soon as its soil has dried all the way through, which is its ideal watering rhythm as well. As a result, our ZZ plant has grown immensely every couple of weeks, sprouting a bright lime green stalk of leaves, which shoots up and unfurls, each new stalk taller than the stalks that it had grown before. Our ZZ plant has, perhaps, doubled in size since we recently got it a few months ago and shows no signs of slowing down. It turns out, it grows unapologetically in conditions where its ability to be healthy is encouraged. As it turns out, the ZZ plant can withstand an impossible amount of neglect, but that does not mean that under better conditions it will not choose to take up the potential offered to it and thrive. I think this made me cry the first time I read it. Because I often feel like I cannot take up space. And I need to allow myself to take up space and like take advantage of opportunities and potential that I have and improve and progress as a person. Hi Tiff, how's the 2021 recap going? We're very early in. We're like 14 lines down on the first column. We're gonna be talking for a while, at least about my goals. I do hope to hear more about y'all's goals though. It is amazing and wild, I know. It is so like well written, succinct, it's short, but like it makes a real strong point. I absolutely love Johnny's son. One of my faves. Can you post that in Discord or DM me? You want the thing I just read, or are you talking about this spreadsheet? Which one do you want? I can definitely post the link to this little essay in Discord. If you want to access my goals list, I will have to like make a PDF or something, because this is connected to my email account. The plant? Okay. I'll post it right now. Where do I put it? What channel do I put it in? It's not books, but it's something to read. I'll put it in books. And it's also by an author who has written books. There you go. A technicality, yep. Okay. It's my Discord. I can get over that technicality. Okay. I want to see if I can find my Medium articles. When did I... Check my email real quick. Where are my stories? Okay. Here. I mean, wait, hold on. I might be willing to share these with people because it doesn't show my full name on my account. But I did write a few articles published. One was about usability heuristics and playstyle innovation in Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then I also talked about usability issues in Animal Crossing. I did start drafting a lot of these. Talking about video games as a fine art medium, color of rhythm in 140, limitations in imagination in other waters, usability flow between Breath of the Wild and Age of Calamity. This one I had feelings about. Loading screen usability in video games, comparison of fast travel mechanics in video games, comparison of navigational map mechanics in video games, a comparison of horse mechanics in video games. I love these titles. Biting the bit, a comparison of horse mechanics in video games. Crafting engaging experiences with minimal interaction. That one was about visual novels. Ultra Master Mode, forcing cognitive barriers in Breath of the Wild. This one was going to be an experiment that I might actually do this next year as part of one of my goals. I want to play Breath of the Wild on Master Mode and in a language that I have no context with, so probably Chinese or something. So it would really force me to either recall my knowledge of Breath of the Wild, and also is the game still playable without reading, you know? I could export PDFs, maybe. I could try. I'll have to figure that out. But if you're interested in reading the 2 articles that I do have, I can probably either just send you the link, or I can figure out how to, or I can just copy and paste it into a Word document and put it into a PDF. I don't know. I know. It sounds so fun though. It'll be wild, but it'll be so fun. I think. Yeah, I think that would be so fun. Especially because Breath of the Wild is one of if not my favorite game. Yeah. Connecting objects to solutions in Luminosity. I don't remember. I liked the So one of the mechanics in this game, it's like a point and click puzzle adventure game that I really love. It's actually like the game I played on my first stream on this PC, I think, if I remember correctly. But you have to like pay attention to like the objects in your environment and then use those objects to do like math in order to find what page number in this book you carried around to go to know how to solve the puzzle. It's a really interesting mechanic, and I think I want to like talk about that more. Shifting perspective in Monument Valley. Monument Valley is like my favorite mobile game ever. I love like impossible geometry. And I love how the puzzles in that game revolve around impossible geometry. And I think that's really cool. Psychology and the unpredictable in Layers of Fear. Accessibility and learning curve in Dead by Daylight. I could go on and on for days and days and days about accessibility issues in Dead by Daylight and also learning curve in Dead by Daylight, but mostly accessibility because the console and PC versions of Dead by Daylight are not accessible like at all. They did add some color deficiency options this year into the game, but it still has a long way to go. And I will say that like even the mobile version of Dead by Daylight is more accessible than the like full game. So I really want to talk about this too. And then ambiguity and user experience in Telling Lies. I wanted to write this one after watching Daniel play Telling Lies last year, which was a very interesting game because it's like almost not a game. Like you don't really need to like do anything in that game. But and it's not quite like a visual novel either. It's a very interesting experience. So I want to write about that. But yeah, I forgot that I have all these drafts. I think after looking through these drafts, I think I do want to move this goal to this next year. I really want to play Monument Valley. I highly recommend. It is one of my faves. And it's so like it also has like some good feels in it. And it's just so beautiful and so well done for a smartphone game. I think I almost wish it had like a console or PC like version of it, but at the same time like I kind of really like that it's limited to purely mobile platforms. I love it here. I'm glad. Has a sequel, I think? Yes, it does. I've played that one too, and it's also very good. I highly recommend the sequel as well. I wanted to revamp my portfolio site this year, which has design work and artwork on it. It's good for applying to artist residencies as well as jobs. And it works for what it is right now. I use Wix to like host it. Wix is not great. I also don't know how to build my own website. I'm thinking about designing it myself and then letting my brother like develop it because my brother's a developer. I don't know if he would do that for me, but I think that'd be really cool and I could do things that I wanted to. It's so limited that it doesn't support landscape mode on the iPad. Oh really? I mean, that makes sense. I think it's such a vertically oriented game I think just because they did limit it to just mobile, that they designed it to be very vertically oriented. Yes, I do have 2 redacted books, because they are regarding some personal issues that I wanted to read about, but that I am not comfortable sharing on stream. No, it's not that kind of redacted. It's just very personal, like self-help kind of stuff. That's why they're redacted. I just kept them as redacted here, just so you know that like there were entries here, but that I did not do anything with them. But I think the 2 will be moved to next year. Meet Twitch friends IRL. I really wanted to meet some of my Twitch friends this year, and I have not, which is kind of sad, but it's fine. I hope to meet my Twitch friends IRL 2022. In 2022, you're gonna meet IRL? I hope so, Rosie. Fly my ass down. Get down here. Yeah, I think this would be really cool, especially since like most of my friends these days have been made through Twitch, which is kind of, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, that's fine. Like, I don't doubt the validity of my Twitch friends, like my friendships with people that I've made on Twitch, but also like I do kind of wish I had more friends that I have like made IRL, because I just don't I don't know how to like interact with people IRL anymore. I feel like, or how to make friends IRL. I've read self-help books that are about parents and how they are toxic, etc. Yeah. Mine are they're about some cultural things that I have grown up in, but that I'm trying to like figure out my relationship with and maybe distance myself if I need to. But yeah, I'm glad you're reading some books about how to deal with toxic parents and just parents in general. Parents are hard to deal with when you're an adult. I'd love to meet y'all. I would love to meet you, Tiff. Tiff, in fact, 2022, I know you live in like northern Utah, but I will be in Salt Lake City in May of 2022 for a conference. If you happen to be in Salt Lake around the same time, we can make it happen. I don't know how to interact with larger Twitch streamers. I'm a little baby. I'm a little tiny baby streamer. It's all good. Meet and greet or a meet and moan? Ooh. Who knows? We can all moan for charity, like in real life together. What's in Discord? I love closed captions so much. That's good. LP, thank you. Thank you for screenshotting that. for the record, I said fly. Fly my ass. There we go. That showed up on closed captions better. But everyone, no one's gonna clip that, or no one's gonna screenshot that, so everyone's just gonna think I said find. It's fine. Whatever. Gonna find that ass all the way down there. Oh. Okay. This year I wanted to make some new artworks. I think, so I have a separate sheet in this document for 2022 goals. And so far my goals have been separated into these categories. I think one improvement I need to make this next year is to make a new extra category for art, like specifically art related goals, because I have a lot of ideas for some good, or maybe not good, but at least maybe interesting to me at least. At any rate, things I want to make and ideas I want to explore and media I want to explore for my own art practice. And I think this was just too vague for me to really do anything about. So I need to make a separate column and list the things I want to make or things I want to research for my artwork specifically. I'm trying to find it. I've been searching as long as I can remember. Rosie, have you ever considered doing some squats? I think that could help you find it easier. More ass praise in 2022? Can you put more ass praise in 2022 goals? Yeah, maybe. I don't know what column that would go under. Wait. Okay, I mean, I don't doubt it, but you were just saying you were trying to find it. What are you talking about? I was just trying to help you find it. Come on. Oh, you're trying to find my ass. Oh. See, that was not clear. I thought you were talking about yourself. I was trying to be helpful, and then I offended you. I'm so sorry. You're hitting on me? Okay, well, it just went over my head. Obviously. I'm sorry. Okay. So we're gonna make a new column for art this next year. Okay, so on my Spotify, this one, so if you're familiar with Spotify, you know that like they have like a Discover Weekly playlist, where it like recommends like 30 songs a week to you, based on like what you listen to that it thinks it'll like. I have saved all the songs. If I can't listen to them that week because it changes every week, I save them in a separate playlist for me to go through later, because I don't want to miss out on any of it. But I am about 2 years behind. My oldest song on this playlist is from January 13th, 2020. So I've got about that's like a couple thousand songs to go through. I've been working on getting through this very slowly. I want to like definitively catch up fully on that playlist. I know, it's a lot. It kind of stresses me out too, which is why I don't think about it that much. But also, like, this year, I like got through about 6 months worth of songs. But then I also, at the same time, like, listen to like the same 50 songs over and over. So that doesn't help my case. Also, I listen to a lot of My Brother, and Me when I'm at work. So that also doesn't help. I follow you on Spotify, no worries if not. I trust you, Tiff. You just you gotta keep in mind that my Spotify is connected to my Facebook. So you'll see my full name. Also, don't add me on Facebook. Cause I'm not on Facebook. But I don't know how to share my profile with you. My Spotify profile with you. But if you DM me so I can figure that out later, just so I'm reminded, please feel free. I will follow you back on Spotify. Kayla giving so many people doxability? Yeah, I suppose, but like, I trust y'all. I wouldn't trust some randos, but I would trust Rosie and Tiff and pretty much anyone else who's a regular in here. I won't. I don't know you that well to add you. Perfect. Perfect. Time for mommy to eat peanut noodles. Yummy. Enjoy. Sent you my full address in a text with very little prompting. You did in fact do that, Rosie. And it still kind of blows my mind to this day. Yeah. Come visit? Maybe. I hope. 2022, it's gonna be a year, right? Okay. Next goal. Sleep schedule. I attempted a sleep schedule many times this year. So I think my streak is about a week. Streaming has definitely messed with my sleep schedule because sometimes I will stream kind of late. My goal was to like go to bed between 10 and 10:30 and then wake up between like 6 and 6:30, which I did sometimes. Most times I did not. I think I would like to, because I know having a schedule for sleep is like good to like improve like not being tired all the time, like getting on a constant rhythm and a consistent rhythm. So I don't know. I need to, I don't know how I'm gonna implement this. I just need to work some things out. But also, like, and especially with this next goal with like daily planning, like I worry about micromanaging my life too much, you know? Just DM'd you? Okay, perfect, thank you. You visiting is probably more financially realistic. Yes, true. Yeah. We can work it out. No biggie. Am I an impulsive person? Define impulsive. because I tend to think that I am, but also, yeah, I was gonna be like, if you ask Rosie, Rosie's gonna say no. That question is your answer? Oh, Dylan, you wanna meet me and Tiff in Salt Lake City in May? I'm gonna be in Salt Lake City in May for a conference, and I told Tiff, since she lives in Utah, it'd be fun to meet up. And I can meet friends! I love meeting friends. What dates in May? Hold on. Let me see. I can check real quick. Hold, please. I know I have the dates in my messages somewhere. Where did they go? May 19th through 20th is the conference. A Saturday and a Sunday. No good for you, Dylan? That's unfortunate. We can always meet some other time. You're gonna be playing Red Dead Redemption 2 that weekend? Man. You can never give up Red Dead Redemption 2 for meeting your friends in real life. It's pretty important. I understand. Can't move it around. Yeah, so I'll definitely be there for the conference in May on that weekend. I'm also probably gonna stay a few days beyond that, just because I have a lot of friends that are like old school friends that are still in Utah, and I'll probably visit them too. Penny and Sparrow? I don't know who that is. Is that a band? Matt Kearney? Don't know who that is either. It's an okay band. I appreciate that honest opinion. Okay. What else was I talking about? Sleep schedule? Okay. Matt Kearney sounds familiar though. I don't know how I would know that name. You're gonna be in Idaho the week before that? Utah's close to Idaho. Utah is indeed very close to Idaho. Welcome back, Rosie. Daily planning. So I think in general, this is still a good goal. I do it at work sometimes, but it's just like in the morning, taking like 15 minutes to just kind of plan out what I want to accomplish that day. And it can be helpful sometimes, just so I like stay focused. But it's also like I don't want to like micromanage my life, you know? So I think I need to find a good like balance for this goal. Idaho potatoes are so cheap. Idaho potatoes are so good. I had a friend in school who was a potato farmer in Idaho. I think I've talked about him before. I want potatoes to bake in my microwave, but alas, I am poor. Maybe I'll go buy potatoes. Go get those potatoes. How expensive are potatoes? I don't buy potatoes. The last time I bought potatoes, they were sweet potatoes. I never ate them, and they started growing like full, like they were like at like stems with leaves and flowers that were like a foot tall. And my brother planted them in the planter in the backyard. And then they died when it got a little too cold. I mean, it's not even that cold, but like they're out of season. You can see the actual Monument Valley in Utah. Isn't that in southern Utah though? Oops. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's right. It's like more in Arizona. Or on the Arizona-Utah border. That'd be cool though. But that's still like Salt Lake City's all the way up here. I've driven down to St. George. I think St. George to Salt Lake City is like, it's not too bad. It's like a 3 to 4 hour drive. I've driven to Las Vegas, which was like a 5-hour drive from Salt Lake. So I don't know. You can make it happen. Y'all are throwing potatoes. Do you have one of those like potato shooters? Your life is a lie. Why? Why? Southern Utah is really pretty because it's got all that like red rock. But I've never even like been to Moab or like to Arches or like any cool place in southern Utah. I'm also not like a super outdoorsy person, so you hosted me. Thank you, Rosie. I appreciate it. I thought I had a host alert. If you host me, there should be an alert. Should go to Arches, it's so cool. I know. When we're all in Salt Lake City in May, we can hang out in Arches. Well, how? Whoops. I'm not gonna dox myself. How far is... Only a 3.5 hour drive. From Salt Lake to Arches. You know, road trip. What if we fell in love in the woods? Would you be an outdoorsy person then? Probably not. Dinosaur? Is this a city called Dinosaur? Or is it just a dinosaur sculpture in Colorado? Anyways. Did I tell you Emily gave me a shirt that says "Mommy is my bestie"? I'm so happy about it. I think you did mention that to me earlier. But I didn't respond because I was roaming around my room cleaning. But I think you did tell me that, and I laughed when you said it. It's very cute. It's an actual city. I met someone who was super stoned and wouldn't stop talking about it. Really? That's so funny. Why? What did they say about it? You will never go there. Why? Okay, one of my goals this year was to double my student loan payments. I am proud to report that I went above and beyond on this goal. And I have not only doubled my student loan payments, but tripled my student loan payments. So, it feels good. Now, I know Mr. Biden extended forbearance on student loan payments to like May or whatnot. I am still hoping to have student loan forgiveness be a thing, but also in the meantime, I will still pay back my student loans because it feels like the thing I should do. Also, I need my good credit score. They were like, I think you'll enjoy owning this more than me. I love that. We can all hope. I know. I hope so. Local tourist covets good credit score. I mean, I have a good credit score already. Like, for not having, for not ever owning a car before and having only like one credit card. I still had a really good credit score when I was applying for car loans. Better than I thought I would, but like, I want better. I want better. Of course you do, that's my point. Okay, well, fine. Dylan's also a Taurus. Dylan, do you have a good credit score? Also, that could be a really personal question that you do not have to answer. But I also want to know if Rosie's comment about local tourist covets a good credit score also applies to you. You don't have to tell me though. Now I feel bad. What's your SSN? Like, if you want to say. What's your credit card number and also the 3-digit code on the back? Daily yoga. Okay, so as I was creating this spreadsheet last night, it inspired me to do yoga this morning, which is one of the reasons why I did yoga this morning. And I did do yoga off and on throughout the year this year, but I want to do it like as a daily or like every other day kind of practice. So yeah. Don't forget expiration, very important for this personality quiz, of course. How could I forget? Dream journal. I did better at writing in my dream journal this year. After the past few years where I like didn't write in it at all. But I have neglected to write down some dreams that I had when I had them. So that's why this one is yellow. This year I wanted to study the Bhagavad Gita and Tao Te Ching, which are two religious texts. So the Bhagavad Gita is a Hindu text and Tao Te Ching is for Taoism. I really enjoyed reading excerpts from these when I was in college and I took a East Asian religion class. I think I know like religions are like a kind of not a great thing to talk about on Twitch, but also like I really love learning about religions. I think they're so interesting. And I these are the two I want to study first because they're the ones I am most unfamiliar with. But eventually I do want to read like the Quran and like the Torah. And I know like those ones I don't really have any familiarity with, other than I know they overlap with like in some ways with the Bible. So I like studying them, and I would like to study them to kind of see how and where they overlap and kind of intersect. But for now, I want to read these. To make a study group to study those texts, I'm down. That'd be so fun. I love study groups. I think we should. And that kind of reminds me, I think it'd be really cool to do like a book club. And then like maybe once a month or once every few months, like I do a stream and like people who are in the book club, we can all like do a Discord call on stream and like talk about the book we read and like stuff like that. I think that'd be so fun. But also I would need like a group of people, you know, to like do that with me. Visit the beach. I think it says in my bio that I have a goal to visit the beach once a year because I love the ocean and I love the beach so much. I did in fact accomplish this goal this year. I spent 2 weeks of my summer in Hawaii, where I spent as much time on the beach as I could, and I loved every minute of it. Yep. Easy. No, nothing more needs to be said. Declutter physically. So just, I can actually do this one as yellow because I pulled all that stuff out of my closet today and it's still 2021. I still have a lot of things to declutter, but clothes are definitely one of those things, and I'm glad I did that. I have like a lot of just stuff, and I don't even own that much stuff, but I still like hoard a lot of things. And well, hoarding I feel like is maybe too strong of a term. I do collect a lot of things just because I like collecting things as like reminders of things that I've done. So I keep like old like ticket stubs and whatnot. I don't know if I really need all of those things, so I need to go through like all my boxes of documents and just like all these extra things that I just perpetually keep in storage. See if I really need them, and get rid of stuff that I don't need. Declutter digitally. I did a little bit of this, but it's kind of the same idea, but just with like all of my digital files. I've got folders all over the place. I don't know where stuff is in those folders, so I want to kind of organize and get rid of files that I no longer need. Screenshots of memes that I no longer think are funny. Emily had a poetry class tonight and I was in their poem. Oh my goodness. I remember when I took a poetry class in college. I was in a relationship and broke up while I was in that class, in that relationship, and I definitely wrote poems that we read aloud in class about that. And it was kind of cringy, and I still I like have those poems, and they're not like they're pretty intense and kind of emo, but they're actually not as emo as I remember them being, so they're actually not too bad. Charity donations. This one kind of goes hand in hand with the charity streaming thing, but because I do like all my streams like for charity, I kind of grouped that one together, and the whole matching aspect is how I am motivating myself to donate more for charity. Dog, we already talked about that. Meditation. This one kind of goes with yoga. I would meditate when I would do yoga. I would also sometimes meditate like at the end of the day, right before I go to bed, just to kind of clear my mind and like not have all these like racing thoughts that are probably born of anxiety. And maybe another reason why I need to go to therapy, but like, I do like meditating and I want to do it more. So I did it inconsistently. Spend more time in nature. I do good at this when I'm on vacation. And I'm like in a place I've never visited before, especially if it's like warm outside, like summertime. I'll spend more time outside. But I wanted to make this goal because I feel like I spend too much time at my desk, like in front of screens, and I just need to like move myself away from my screen sometimes and like look at trees. I need to hug a tree every once in a while. So I did this sometimes, and I've been doing over the past few weeks, like I'll go for a walk at work, like during my lunch break, and walk for like 30 minutes or so and just like look at grass. It's good, and I want to do better at this one next year too. Plant mom. I wanted to become a plant mom this year. I did not accomplish this goal. I thought about accomplishing it a couple times. There were many times where I came close to buying some plants, but I just never did. The most recent experience was I got my sister, who is very good with plants and loves plants, I got her a bonsai tree for Christmas, and I was going around to different nurseries to try to find one, and I almost bought some indoor plants at like all the nurseries I visited. But I feel like I need to do like more preparation and planning in advance just to make sure I know like what plants are good for like beginners. I do have some like lists bookmarked for this kind of stuff, and some resources bookmarked for that kind of stuff, but I just need to like do more preparation beforehand before I actually buy a plant and then accidentally kill it. Develop film. I have a bunch of old rolls of film that I've never developed over the past few years. I wanted to develop it. I have not developed it because I have not found a place that I trust to develop my film the way I want it to be developed. And not a lot of places develop film anymore. But I also don't trust myself to develop it because I'm not good with timing and chemicals and photosensitive stuff like that. So this one is gonna be kind of hard for me, but I don't want to let this film expire like too far. Take more photos. I've done a little better with this over the past few months. This is kind of tied to like the artwork goal because I do photography as like an art thing as well. So maybe I can list this one as yellow, but not as consistently as I wanted to. Just 10 years too late for my dad to develop it. Shoot. Was your dad good at developing film? That's really cool. I've developed my own film before, but I did not do it right. And the colors on my film turned out all wacky. Time and chemicals are hard. They are indeed. One reason why I hate chemistry. It's all time and chemicals. Personal design projects. This one I never really started just because it was kind of like another work outside of work kind of thing. Yeah. Visit old friends. A lot of my old friends live in Utah and California. And I never made my way out to Utah or California this year, so that's something that I think can be improved or done better with this next year. Like me and some of my old friends like talked about meeting up at some point this year, but we never did. So used to before retiring, as long as it was Nikon or Kodak, it was guaranteed great. Let's see, most films that I use are Kodak films. I do use Ilford HP5 and lomography films as well. So, but Kodak Portra 400, definitely my favorite film. So I wish I was not 10 years too late for your dad to develop my Portra. Okay, but that, after 2 hours, has concluded my life goals. I think I did okay. I accomplished quite a few of them, started more, or like kind of did a lot of them inconsistently, but like still pretty good, yeah? I'm pretty proud of that. I don't even, like, are my book goals even worth talking about? Because like you can see I have this whole list of books I wanted to read this year. I started a lot of them. I didn't finish any of them. That's not to say I didn't read any books at all. I actually read like 10 to 15 books this year, but my primary source of reading material comes from like library ebooks, which like none of these were like ever available from the library, at least in ebook format. So I feel like I still think this is a really good list of books to read. I just need to probably buy copies of them if I really want to like knock this list out. I don't know. Game goals I will come back to. Y'all are probably most familiar with all my game goals because my game goals are the things that I play on stream for the most part. But I want to go over like TV and movies just because they're shorter. Most of my TV goals and my movie goals were given to me by my siblings because I'm not TV and movie savvy. So I don't like really know what I want to watch. Most of these that I put on my list are either ones that I've already seen that I wanted to rewatch and or things that they recommended. I don't think really anything came from just things I knew that I wanted to like and that I haven't seen that I wanted to watch. I finished The Mandalorian this year with my family. I watched The Umbrella Academy this year. Mandalorian I thought was good. Umbrella Academy I thought was okay. I don't really know what motivated me to finish it, but I did. That's fine. A lot of these are animated. Hilda's animated, Steven Universe is animated. I've never seen Steven Universe, but I know, like, everyone I know who's watched it said is like so good. One of these days I will actually watch it. Gravity Falls I've seen before, but I wanted to rewatch because I love that show so much. Haikyuu and Attack on Titan were animes that I've seen before, but like I wanted to revisit just because it's been a while. Cowboy Bebop, I've started a few times over the past few years, and I've gotten like 3/4 of the way through but never finished. Have I watched all of Adventure Time? No, not yet. I'm watching it with somebody. So it's kind of, me watching it is determined by when we are both available to watch it. Gravity Falls is so worth rewatching. I've seen that show at least 3 times all the way through. Yeah, Mabel is like goals. I love her so much. And it's like, I started it over the summer because it's such like a summery like show, especially because it like takes place over like summer break and whatever. Yeah, it's so good. I need to actually commit to like finishing it again one of these days. I have seen it all the way through once, and then I've started it a couple times since then and never finished. Mabel is me. I relate to her so much. I can see that. I can see that actually now that I think about it. New Girl, my sister recommended to me, and I trusted her on that recommendation, but like after like reading what it's about, I don't know if I really want to like watch it. It seems more kind of sitcom-y, and I'm not much of a sitcom kind of person. Terrace House, I've watched some seasons of Terrace House with some old friends back when I still lived in Utah, and I really liked Terrace House. It's real chill for the most part. Yeah. Never got around to it this year though. Kipo's animated. Merlin was a show I remember watching when I was in like middle school or high school. I just wanted like a fantasy show to watch. I don't know if it's still any good or anything, but I don't know. Portlandia, I started watching a few episodes of. It kind of I didn't know how I felt about it. Like, I thought I would like it more than I actually ended up liking it, which is not a whole lot. It was just really weird at some points. Like, I'm okay with some weird, but like it got like, I don't know. I thought it would be my vibe, and it wasn't as much of my vibe as I thought it would be. Twin Peaks. So going back to Portlandia, I don't think I'll finish that one. Twin Peaks, I started watching with my sister at the beginning of the year, and I thought it was really cool, and I've never seen it before, and people have told me I would like it. Even though like I feel like I'm not really like the murder mystery like kind of person, which is what the first episode made the show seem to be. But I think I want to pick this one back up at some point. Breaking Bad, I was watching with my brother for a bit. Did I finish the second season? I don't know. I'm not sure. I got through the first season and maybe probably most of the second season. I don't know if I actually finished the second season, but and I really liked it. It's just a very heavy show. Like, I loved that I like never knew what was coming. It's just so emotionally and mentally heavy that it's like I really had to like be in the right headspace to watch a single episode. And I think it's just too much for my little mind to handle, even though it was very well done. It's a murder mystery, but it's way more than that. I know. Well, I don't know, but I've heard. So yeah, I need to pick it back up. Movies real quick. Most of this list came from my brother. These two, The Guilty and Sing Street, are just movies that I really like, that I try to watch at least once a year. I never got around to watching these again, but I do love these movies a lot. I watched The Witch with my brother earlier this year. It was very good. Wasn't as scary as I thought it would be. The Prestige I've seen before, but like, I don't know why I wanted to rewatch it. But I did watch it like on my own just because I was feeling it one night. Oh. Have I read Perks of Being a Wallflower? Yes. It's been a couple years. I think last time I read it was maybe 2016, so it's been a while. But I have read it. And that's why I want to watch the movie. This is an anime film. This is an anime film. Aren't these two Wes Anderson films? I think. And then all the rest of these, so like these ones I wanted to watch on my own. Like these are my contributions to the list, and these are also my own contribution to the list. All the rest of these I think my brother suggested. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Last but not least, we can talk about games. What we've all been waiting for. Hollow Knight. I played Hollow Knight at the very beginning of this year, before I even started streaming. I played it on my Switch, and I loved it so much. I was so glad that I played this game. Kentucky Route Zero I did on stream. The VODs, I have the VODs for all of them. Very good game. Very abstract, very cool. I loved the vibe. The story was kind of confusing, but like the vibe was really on point for it. I do have a YouTube channel with all my, well, not all of my VODs, but I do post my old VODs on that YouTube channel. They're unedited. They're just kind of put there for like an archive. They're listed. If you like scroll down a little bit, on my channel. Right here, I have a link for the VOD archive. Oh, I can hear myself. I don't like that. So this is the link for the VOD archive if you want that. Where'd it go? I started Final Fantasy VII Remake. I've definitely seen all of it. I watched my brother play it, and then I've played through like 7/8 of it. I'm literally like, the last time I played it, I was literally before like the final like fight. which is why I felt like I was okay to write the article that I wrote about it. I don't know why I just like never finished it. I need to finish it. It was fun. I liked that game. I would like to stream it, but also I was playing it on my brother's PlayStation, and I'd probably have to use my brother's PlayStation, and that's kind of a hassle. You're here. Welcome, LP. How are you doing? Stardew Valley modded. I did install quite a few mods on Stardew Valley, and I played for a little bit. I mean, I guess there's technically no end to Stardew Valley, so I don't know like what would consist of me like me completing this, like turning it green. But I do think I should at least get through like 1 year, you know? Also, I know Dylan said it earlier, but I really love your glasses. Thank you. I like my glasses too. Doing great? Glad to hear it. I'm also doing pretty good today. I've had quite a bit of fun talking about my goals. It's been really interesting. I'm just kind of reflecting on them and talking about them out loud. And I feel like talking about these goals, like even the ones that like I never did anything for, or the ones I never finished, like I feel like just talking about the ones I did partially or the ones I did complete, like makes me feel like I did stuff this year. Because sometimes I feel like sometimes I feel like I haven't done stuff, but I have, you know? Say that Stardew is done when you're done with it. That's very true. I feel like, I mean, like my first Stardew file I played on a long time ago, and I got through all of like the journal quests. Like there's no new quests that I can pick up, which like I feel is like one way of completing it. But I still never really felt done with that file. So I feel like that file feels done but not done, you know? Kind of weird. I don't know. I played Control. Y'all have been around for that. Control is very fun. One of my favorite games that I played this year. It still frustrates me that the story was strong, but not in the way it was told. But I did love the gameplay. Journey was an absolute masterpiece. Greece was also an absolute masterpiece. I loved playing these. I played them like back to back, which was like a time and a half. I started playing Donut County, not on stream. I never finished it. But it's a short game. I'm sure I could finish it in like one stream. Maybe I start with one of them in the new year. Journey and Greece are the best games ever made. Which did I play first? Let me look at my VODs. When was it? It was after July. Was it in August? Yes, it was in August. I played Journey first. I played Journey on August 20th and I finished it in one stream. And then I played Greece in 2 streams, and that was August 23rd and 25th. I didn't know going into them like what would be in those games, Journey first makes sense, I think. Interesting. I'm curious as to why you think that. Because it was just like by complete coincidence that was the first one. Carrion is kind of short too. I want to play that one so bad. It looks so cool. I didn't know how short it was. That's good to know. Journey partially inspired Greece, I think. Oh, that's kind of cool. I mean, it makes sense. I can kind of see that. Journey is one of those games that I wish I could forget everything about so I could experience again. Same. Yeah. I knew it was a very powerful game going into it. I didn't know how powerful and in what ways it was powerful. But yeah. It's so short and to the point. Kind of like this article I read earlier. Really gets you real quick and fast, and it's the perfect, it's like everything about it's like very perfect. The Blackout Club. This one I wanted to play because it looked really, the concept of it looks really cool. It's like, it's a survival game co-op that you play with other people, but like the monster or something can only be seen when your eyes are closed. Something like that. So the idea of it sounds really cool, but like nobody that I know like owns it or anything, so I never played it. I don't know if I want to add like carry it through to the next year's list. I don't know. It doesn't seem like high of a priority for me anymore. I knew that it was important for some of my friends, so I wanted to see it, and it blew me away. Yeah. I like going into it, I didn't know like a whole lot of people who had played it before, or at least if they had, I just didn't know. But yeah. I really love like games or stories or just like anything in general that can be, that kind of like almost subverts its medium, but like in a very well done way. And I don't think Journey in itself is very subversive, but I do think it is subversive in a little bit, in that like the game doesn't really tell you anything. There's no dialogue, there's no like story that really, there's nothing that really explicitly like tells you or points to its message, but you can like throughout playing it you can you kind of know, you kind of gain that knowledge and like learn, and you understand, and it like speaks to you, which I think is very powerful. I have friends who tattooed the Journey symbol. I wish I had saved mine. Wait, are there Journey symbols like specific to your like playthrough of it? Did I see mine? I don't remember that. I feel like I would have remembered that. I'll have to look back in like the VOD or something. That's really cool though. I like that. I own a copy and have had my friend's PS3 for months, but I haven't played it yet. You gotta do it. At the time it was released, it was a huge risk. Nobody thought short games would sell well. I am like the queen of short games. I would buy a million copies. One symbol you can see when you talk. Oh, interesting. I never knew that was like a unique symbol. I'll have to go back and look at that. Kind of random, decided by your system info or something like that. Interesting. I like that. I want to go back and see mine. I know I deserve a replay of Journey, like deserve to give it to myself. Yeah, you do. Do it. Now. Just kidding. Whenever you want. Carrion, it looks really cool based on like, I've only seen gameplay when people were playing like early access or beta or whatever. It looks really fun. I haven't seen anything since then. Yeah, I like the idea of it, and so I want to play it. Noita looked like a really cool game when I watched other people play it, but also, like, for some reason I like to play or try to play a game like roguelikes, and I'm very, 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 very bad at roguelikes. This is another roguelike style game, and it is a little more chaotic than roguelikes that I am used to, so it was very frustrating for me, and I don't even know if I think it technically has an end, but it's more a game that you just kind of do repeat runs of over and over, I feel like most roguelikes. So I don't know if I'll move this one up to the list. You're an angel on this earth, Kayla Kala. Thank you. Also, know you. So I played 7 hours and 55 minutes of Carry On, and I finished it and the DLC. That's good to know. That's pretty short. I can finish it in like, that's like about 3 streams for me. Good to know. Did I play Hades? I started it. I have not finished it. I was having a fun time with it though. I have not finished it because I literally started it like less than a week ago. Roguelikes are not really my thing. Flint Hook is a roguelike that I am very bad at. Hyper Light Drifter is pretty roguelike, I think. It's been a while, but Hyper Light Drifter I did okay at, and then I got to this one boss that's really, really hard, and then I dropped it. Also, I've played not all of Binding of Isaac, but some of Binding of Isaac, and I die really fast. And then I've also played some of Enter the Gungeon, and I die really fast in that game too, but it's really fun. I got hooked on Hades after like 6 hours. I think I have maybe like 5-ish hours on it in the past week. I think it's been very, very, I like it. Like, the roguelike aspect is frustrating, and I guess Transistor's on here, right? Transistor was made by the same people as Hades, and I played Transistor on stream. Transistor is kind of roguelike. The mechanics are a little bit different, but and I've played Bastion, which is also by the same people, and that was a roguelike, which it was a little easier, not as frustrating as other roguelikes I've tried. What was I saying? Oh, Hades, I think Hades will be overall a positive experience for me, because like even though you like start from the very beginning every time you die, I really like the mechanic that like you spend your darkness or whatever it's called to like make yourself more powerful, which is really, really helpful for someone who's not great at like combat and like fast-paced games. So there, like, it gives me hope that I will like finish it, and I think it's so far been very fun to play. But I will probably, I don't know if I will end up like, I'll move this one over, I'll move Hades over to next year's goal list, but I don't know if I'll play it on stream. It doesn't seem like a game that I will enjoy on stream. But maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Hades is so dope, but the game loops don't keep me around for longer than like 2 hours max. Yeah, I get that. It can be a lot. Like, I don't think I could play it as extensively as like I don't know, like Horizon, where you can just like do whatever. Like the repetitive aspect, the repetition can really get to you. Why do people like this so much? Then it clicked with me. I think I'm still trying to get there. I can kind of see it, but also I don't think I'm quite there yet. Saw you played some of Shovel Knight. How's that? I've never played Shovel Knight. Where did you see that? Unsighted? Didn't you tell me about this? I might have it on my wish list because you told me about this. It's not on my wish list. But I think I did look it up one day because you were telling me about it. It looks really cool. It looks really pretty. Wait, no, it is on my wish list. I lied. Yeah. Transistor, I remember those streams. You remember me being very frustrated at it because I was very annoyed with it. Don't stream Hades? Why do you say that? I just spent 6 hours playing Hollow Knight. I couldn't do that with Hades. It could be, I mean, I think it would be kind of fun, maybe like as a more like mindless, like chill game to play on stream. Like you just kind of play it and like not try too hard. It could be a fun game to play like every once in a while, but I don't think I would want to like try to stream like a full like playthrough to the end on stream. Now I pick up and go, let's see how fast I can beat this. That's a... Yeah. I get that feeling. I hope to maybe one day get that feeling with Hades. Did Nintendo lie to you? Maybe? I know I think my Nintendo account is still linked on my brother's Switch, and I know my brother has Shovel Knight. I don't know if maybe someone was playing on his Switch or he was accidentally playing on my account, but I have never played Shovel Knight. Michaela, more like Michaela. Rosie. I will admit that I don't like when people do that because one of my PE teachers in middle school could never pronounce my name correctly, so every time he said my name, he said it like Michaela, and it annoyed the absolute living daylight out of me. So I'm not a fan of people saying Michaela. You told everyone about Unsighted. I think that makes sense. I feel like you were the one who told me about Unsighted as well. Yes, and you did mention it was a Brazilian game as well. So yes, this is all coming back to me. Just think you'll have more fun playing Hades off stream? Yeah, from what I've played so far, I think I agree. Hades is very stressful at the start, but once you get the hang of it, it gets really chill. Yeah, it definitely was very stressful for me at the beginning, and then as I kind of like understood what was happening and like kind of seeing how things worked, you kind of get into a rhythm after a while, I feel like. It's okay, Rosie. You didn't know. Yeah. I'll just call you Michaela. Yeah, that's all good. Howdy, Michaela. Okay, where was I? Noita, that's how we got on the roguelike topic. The Eternal Castle, I don't know if I actually own this yet. It's on my wish list. I don't know if I own it, but it looked really cool. It's like on the one on Steam is very... It's like a remastered version of like an old game that looks really cool, and so I want to play it. I don't know anything about it. I mean, I don't blame the closed captions for trying to spell my name that way. At least it's better than... Okay, I think I may have told this story before, but once I went to a Wendy's and they asked for my name, so I said Michaela, and they asked how to spell it, and I said, I don't care as long as you... or as long as I know that you're calling my name for my order. And so I was like, whatever. But when I got my order on the receipt, they spelled it like this. I'll put it in chat so you can see. And like, I know there are many ways of spelling Michaela in this world, but like, what possessed my cashier to spell my name like that? Like that's not real. Like, there's no way that's real. I gotta buy potatoes and chocolate. Are you gonna eat them together? No, Cece said Michaela. See, well, Cece's doing an okay job. Like, those are valid forms of the spelling of my name. The Wendy's cashier's version, not. And I don't blame them because, like, I told them I don't care. So it's kind of like my own fault, but also, like, I feel like the default way to spell it is like Michael with an A at the end, you know? But I don't know. Anyways, it's a funny story. I like telling that story every once in a while. CC just referred to themselves as CC. Oh, CC. CC's trying their best. I'm so glad I've added closed captions just for like the misinterpretations of what I'm saying. It's fun. Okay, going back to the list. 2.5 hours in, I'm not even through my own list. I didn't think I would talk this much about my goals, but you know, it's fine. Resolution seems kind of like Hyper Light Drifter. But I don't really know. It looks really, really cool. Also, it's got like awesome pixel art in it, and that's just kind of like, I'm a sucker for good pixel art, you know? So I didn't even talk about these ones that I didn't do. Hyper Light Drifter, I started last year and didn't finish. And then every time I thought about playing Hyper Light Drifter this year, I was like, oh, I don't want to deal with that one boss. Also, the map system in this game sucks. It's the literal worst. So I was gonna use it as an example of like comparing maps. Where is it? Navigational maps in video games. I was gonna use it as an example of what not to do. Okay, how so? It's been a while, so my memory could be a little faulty. But from what I do remember, so there's like two different like modes of the map. One seems like more topical, and then one seems almost more systematic, like almost as if you were looking at like a subway map. Like it's like very abstract and shows what connects to what, but not like really realistically. And like I just didn't know how anything worked. Like I was trying to use the map to find the little like things you're supposed to activate to activate the thing in the center of town or whatever. That game doesn't use any like actual like reading language in it, so it was kind of hard to like name things and know what's going on. But like I'm trying to use like I feel like the biggest issue I had with the map when I was trying to use it is that like nothing on the map where things said they were connected to seemed to actually reflect in real life, or not in real life, but like in the actual like real life of the game. And so I would be like walking around for like hours trying to find this one node I'm trying to activate or whatever, and I could never find it. And I'm like, am I not in the right spot, or am I supposed to go like a level up or a level down, or like where is this thing? And it was very frustrating for me. But I like, maybe if I try replaying it, it'll be better. I don't know. Maybe I was just reading it all wrong. It didn't tell me how to use the map either, so I don't know. Teacher, I have a question. What? Have I played To the Moon? Yes. It's been a while, but I have. Another one's 1v1 me. In other words, get wrecked. Wait, what are you talking about? What? Why are you parodying Fly Me to the Moon? Because LP was talking about To the Moon? You relied on a mental map more? Wait, but what was your question? Rosie. Was that your question? I'm confused. What do you mean by mental map? Aloha. Have I played other... Han Gao Games. Is that the person who made To the Moon? I think I've talked about this on stream before. I own a Bird Story and I own Finding Paradise, but I've never played either of those. Isn't a Bird Story like a sequel to the Moon? I just thought... Oh, looked like someone raising their hand. I got you. Didn't have questions. Okay, now I'm on the same page. Freebird Games, yes. I have Bird Story and Finding Paradise. I haven't played them though. Rely on your memory of the game areas rather than using the built-in map. I mean, like, is that what you're saying I should do when playing that game? Because if that's the case, then why even like include a map? Especially if the map doesn't seem to correlate with the in-game areas. Aloha is defining mental map. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, yes. So that definition of mental map, going back to the original comment, saying that I relied on a mental map more. It sounds like, I mean, maybe I'm basing, like, I have an idea of what my mental map should be, and then the actual in-game map is not matching it at all, and so it's confusing me. I think that's what we're trying to get at here. But I feel like most people's mental map of an in-game area should correlate to what the in-game map displays, yes? Because otherwise, how are you going to learn to read that map? Bird Story, Finding Paradise, and Imposter Factory. I have not heard of Imposter Factory. I do see that game on their developer page on Steam. It looks like it was like literally just released a few months ago. I have not heard of it. I think a Bird Story is something unrelated to the Moon. Oh, really? Wasn't there like a game that was supposed to be a sequel to the Moon? Or am I wrong? I want to play Garden Story. I think I recently bought Garden Story. No? Do I have it on my wish list? Maybe I have it on my wish list. Yeah, it's on my wish list. It looks really cute. I'm waiting for it to go on sale for more than it currently is on sale. Finding Paradise and Imposter Factory are sequels. Oh, interesting. I don't know anymore. I'm also playing a game, so my attention is split. Okay, yeah, no worries. It's fine. I just know that I was not a fan of the Hyperlight Drifter map, so it was very frustrating. BRB grocery store, have fun. If grocery store as much fun as being at the grocery store can be. Okay. Detroit Become Human. I watched my brother play this game, so I know what happens in it for the most part, at least through his decisions in playthrough. I really want to play this game, but I'd probably need a PlayStation for it. I know there is a PC port, at least through Steam, and I've heard that PC port is not that great, so I'm hesitant to buy it. So I guess I just gotta wait for a PlayStation to come my way. Rebirth Games also has a free game called The Mirror Lied. Ooh, I like that title. From a decade ago by the creator of To the Moon and Finding Paradise, a 30-minute experimental adventure game about a faceless girl stuck inside a house with no door to the outside. That sounds like something like out of Night Vale, to be honest, but that sounds really cool. I like the idea of that. Is that available on Steam? It is on Steam. I'm gonna add it to my library right now. That's cool. I like that. From 2008, so old. I was a little baby teenager back then. One of the main people in Detroit streams with his wife, who's also in that game. Whoa, that's cool. What character? Do you remember what character both of them play? Sayonara Wild Hearts I want to play just because Daniel uses the intro, uses stuff for his intro and outro, and the music is really cool and it looks really fun. I own it, I just haven't played it yet. I think it'll be a pretty short game. Okay. Back to where we were before. Horizon Zero Dawn, y'all know, I just finished that game. I did some stuff off stream this past weekend. Some side questy stuff. I'm glad I finished the main story on stream, but also I think this is one game I would have enjoyed more playing my first playthrough off stream. Just because I was so antsy about the pacing of it, playing it on stream. Yeah, but playing off stream this past weekend, I had so much fun with it. Yep. Katie Bentz. That's cool. Really cool. I know the voice actress who plays Aerith in Final Fantasy VII Remake. She streams. I don't remember her name, but I know she streams. And she seems really nice and cool. Unravel, this was one of the first games I played when I started streaming this year. It was a fun game. I think it was really PW was around for it, maybe? I remember PW being around in some of my streams when I played Unravel. But it's a good game. I really like it. Puzzle platformer. Good time. And it's very sentimental. Another game that really gets you in the feels. I feel like I'm gonna butcher this name. Dechart? Who knows? Was actually playing Horizon Zero Dawn. That's cool. Connor and Tracy. Oh, Connor Descartes. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I loved Connor's character. Connor was my favorite character. Do I remember Tracy? Who is Tracy? Become a human. Tracy? Oh, one of the sexy androids. Yes, I remember her now. I remember. You think Unravel is too long? Wait, why? How so? I thought it was a good length. Like, it didn't feel... Like, it didn't feel short, but it didn't feel too long to me. It was still shorter. I thought it kind of hit a sweet spot in terms of length, personally. Unravel's developer was so cute in E3 when he was at the EA stage. They seem like a real, like, I don't know much about like the studio for Unravel, but they seem like real nice, and like based on like the messages that they put in the game when you play it, they sound like just like one of those very cute, humble indie devs, you know? When I played, I just felt some levels went too long. Really? I think the most frustrating thing about that game in terms of levels for me was one of the last levels, the snow level. There's that one part where you have to like get up the hill by like tying your string to like rocks with the lantern. And that was very frustrating. That was the most frustrating part of that game for me. But other than that, it was a very pleasant experience. Talking about Connor, the android sent by CyberLife? Indeed. Connor was my favorite android. I don't know if I can even articulate why. Also, it's been a while since I've watched my brother play Detroit Become Human. Which is why I want to play it myself. And also just have Connor be my favorite all over again. But there was just something about him. Lintook, I've played before in my life, but it's been a couple years. It's a roguelike. I'm very bad at it. I can very rarely get past the first boss. So it's a good time. But I think it's a very fun game, despite that. Lisa! Okay. I've owned Lisa for a couple years. I remember trying to play it when I first bought it, and I think I played for maybe like an hour, and I got stuck somewhere, and I could not figure out what I needed to do, so I got frustrated. But I've heard, despite that, it was a very good game. Oh, what's up with Quantic Dream? I do not know this tea. Spill it for me, LP. I haven't played other Quantic Dream games. I have watched Heavy Rain. I thought Heavy Rain was a good game. I have seen parts of Beyond Two Souls. But not all of it. Mark of the Ninja is one of my favorites. This is also one of the first games I played when I started streaming this year. It's one I come back to every once in a while. It's a fun like puzzle side scroller platformer. Stealth. It's very fun. I like it. Also, who's David Cage? I don't know enough about like the industry, I feel like, at large. Who is he and what did he do? Tell me. Joint investigation by French press outlets reported wide-ranging claims of toxic workplace culture at the studio, including accusations of culture of crunch, violation of French labor laws by the studio's HR department, and more. But the reports also leveled a series of disturbing allegations about founders Cage and de Fondaumier. I don't know French. I probably butchered that name very badly. Claiming that the developers perpetuated a provocative and bigoted culture of harassment. Okay. Like, I'd say I'm surprised, but like, am I? No, I'm not. Like, every time I hear anything about how, like, badly game studios treat their employees, I'm like, never surprised. And it kind of, it frustrates me that I'm like not surprised. And it makes me sad that I'm not surprised. Leaders at Ubisoft France. Okay, cool. Caught up to speed. I as someone who like would potentially one day like to work at a game studio, and there are some game studios around my general area that I have made like connections with. I feel like sometimes I feel so hesitant to go in that direction because I know, like, I feel like inevitably one day I will encounter some of these things, if not all of these things, if I ever am employed by a game studio. And I just, like, do I want to put myself through that? And also, like, why? Or, like, I also kind of think of, like, if I were to work at one of those things, would, like, there's something I can do, or, like, would one of my, like, goals for working there, like, to be to help improve the culture, but also that's not, like, purely my responsibility as an employee. I should help facilitate and maintain a healthy work culture, but not like be the leader of the culture, you know? While appearing before the court in June 2021, Cage reportedly stormed out of the courtroom in tears after being made to hear a lawyer read out a list of alleged statements he had made to Quantic Dream staff. Ooh. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say I have a pretty good idea why you wouldn't be a fan of David Cage in his studio. Yeah. Yep. Thank you for this information. I think I am also now not a fan of David Cage and Quantic Dream. I did really like, I mean, I feel like so, like, guilty and conflicted for, like, learning these things about these studios or, like, these creators who, like, are so awfully, like, problematic and do horrible things, but, like, I still, like independent, almost, not, like, truly independently, but, like, like that doesn't make me not like Detroit Become Human, you know? Like how I never know how to reconcile like learning about how awful the creators of some of my favorite things are. But it's also like really important things to know about, you know? I feel really bad to bring these things out to my friends because I feel like I'm being a killjoy. No, I mean, I can see that point of view, but like, I think it's good to be informed, because you still like. I think you need to know like all sides of the story, for lack of better words, and like do your research and like know what's going on, to like be able to be a part of the things you consume and the culture in which they are consumed. Bad employers are in every kind of work, might not get publicity. Instead of pushing a narrative that it's a video game developer constant, to be pointed at the studios that are the problems. Yeah, no, I think, I always, I also think that's like a risk of like news media as well, as that like sometimes, because maybe it may not initially start out this way, but eventually like when they start pointing out like commonalities between like different studios and how they like don't treat their employees well and whatnot, like it starts becoming the norm and like everybody expects it, and then that kind of just perpetuates a cycle of other studios kind of doing the same thing just because it's the norm and everybody expects it. But like that doesn't make it like that doesn't make it like acceptable or like good in any way. But yeah, I do think there does need to be some kind of change about like going back to the root source of the problem, which is definitely not news media. It's the studios themselves. I don't know if anything that I said makes sense. And I'm also not the most informed about this topic. I do know some things at a very high level, but I'm not entrenched in the topic itself. I 100% do not blame anyone who still enjoys products from these people and such. It's okay, yeah. I don't either, personally. I do feel guilty sometimes though, because like I know there are people out there who are like, you should never like buy or consume these products at all because you're paying money for them and that supports these people who are doing awful things, and they will just like never learn their lesson and so on and so forth. And I don't know if like I get that. I just don't know if that's like the solution. Also, I feel like in general, not that this really excuses anybody, but like humans in general are just not great. And so I feel like you could name pretty much any piece of media or artwork or anything, and like there's going to be some in some way, somehow it's going to be connected to some kind of problematic person. And I don't think that like just never consuming any kind of media content at all because of that is like the way to go about fixing that problem, you know? I still feel like an asshole when I bring these things out. Yeah, no, I got you. Do not feel like you have ruined my experience of the game in any way, though. I do hope you realize that, at least in my case. I do like knowing these things, even if it is really disappointing and hard to hear. Public is a victim when publications generalize. That root problem is muddied and becomes industry. The industry has a problem. I think it's important to specify who exactly is responsible if they are to be held accountable. That's a good way to put it, I think. Yeah. I don't think we do the public justice if we're not holding the real physical concrete perpetrators to justice, you know, or accountable. I'm back and I may have made a friend at the grocery store. Ooh, tell us all about it. Who's your new friend? Okay. Moving on. Ministry of Broadcast. I don't know much about this game, but I own it, and it looked kind of cool. It's also pixel art, so you know I gotta put it on there. Same with Uncanny Valley. I did read a review about Uncanny Valley, is that it's like the best pixel horror game. Something along those lines. I could be paraphrasing that really badly, but it was something along those lines. So I was like, oh, okay, that sounds kind of cool. I don't really know how pixel graphics work with horror a whole lot, but seems like it could be fun. Until 3 months ago, I was still playing WoW, but knowing all the problems Blizzard has kind of destroyed my enjoyment, and I stopped. I just couldn't even look at the launcher anymore. Yeah, and I don't blame people for continuing to play those games, and I don't blame people for stopping playing those games because of what they learn. I think it's just all up to you. I mean, this isn't exactly the same, because Behavior Interactive did not, as far as I know, has not had publicized issues around workplace culture and harassment and women's rights and whatnot in the workplace. But there was that issue a couple months ago with Behavior and the NFTs regarding Pyramid Head that people were super upset about, and I know people stopped playing Dead by Daylight because of the NFT issue, which is totally fair. I respect that decision. It personally wasn't an issue that would make me stop playing the game, but you know, teach their own. At least I knew about it. And I was very frustrated and disappointed to hear that they were involved in creating NFTs. So. Songbringer. I've had Songbringer for a long time. It's been sitting in my library. Same with Sword and Sorcery. I don't really know much about these games. But they've been in my library for a long time, and so that's why I wanted to play them. Have I ever played The Magic Circle? Is a fun experience on game design and has Chloe from Life is Strange voice actor in it. I remember watching, so back when I used to watch Let's Plays on YouTube, I remember one of my favorite Let's Players playing that game, and I think it's either been on my wish list for a very long time. No, I actually think I recently bought it because it was on sale. Yeah, I own it. I bought it back in September. I remember watching that person playing playing it and thinking it was really cool, like kind of a subversion of like game design in a game, kind of meta in that way. So I have why is this here? Get out. I have wanted to play that myself, and it's been a long time since I probably watched that person play back in like, I don't know, 2013 maybe. So it's been a long time. I don't even know how old that game is, but it is an older game, I know. Sword and Sorcery was very cool. I played the dev's other game last month and unfortunately it didn't hold up as well. That sucks. I do like the soundtrack on Sword and Sorcery a lot. And based on what I saw on like the Steam trailer, it looked really cool, but I don't really know anything about it. But I'm glad to know it's cool. The Witness, I've played a little bit in past years, and it's like, I want to finish this game just because like, I want to say I'm good at puzzles, but like the puzzles I felt at some point, based on what I remember, got really difficult at some point. But I really liked the idea behind it. Like I loved the just like this weird like kind of abstract world you're just placed in. And you're just trying to like solve these puzzles and you're not really sure where you're going, but you're like solving them anyway. Another shitty developer LP. I'm not surprised. Did it get difficult? I got so confused. Yeah. I feel like at some point I'm gonna have to refer to a guide to get through this game. Yes, I'm so sorry. It's all good. They already have my money. They've had my money for a couple years. Iris and the Giant looked like a really cool game. I don't know much about it beyond just like the Steam trailer, but the art looked really cool in it, and it's kind of card based, which I've been wanting to get more into like card based games. I think they can be fun. So that's one I want to play. The Witness and Braid. He made Braid too. I remember playing a little bit of Braid. I thought Braid was a cool concept. I haven't played it all the way through, but I liked what I saw. Jonathan Blow thinks women are biologically less interested in tech than men. Wait, I have the perfect screen for this. No. What is with these men? What is with men? Come on. I know the developer of Fez was also super problematic. Like, he was involved with some stuff in like Gamergate back when that was a thing, and it was a mess, and I was very sad when I found that out because I absolutely love Fez. Yeah. The idea was cool, teach without words, but at some point I feel like I brute forced it or something and didn't know how to solve some of the puzzles. Huh. Brute forced it. I don't know if I got far enough to feel like that. But I definitely remember not feeling like I knew how to solve the puzzles. I feel that part. Bird Study is such a talented developer, yeah. Men suck. What did they do? Men in the game development sphere. I think that's all you need to know. I'm trying to remember how to play banjo. How's that going? Sounds fun. Phil Fish was just a weird dude, I think. Oh, okay. Maybe he wasn't as bad as I thought he was, but I remember like trying to read about Gamergate because at one point in my life I remember like hearing stuff about that on Tumblr and not knowing what it was, and then I was like, what is this? And then I started reading about it, and I remember seeing Phil Fish, yeah, that's his name, involved with some of it somehow, and not in like the way I was hoping he would be involved with it, if he was at all. So, but don't quote me on that. I'm not educated enough on these things. I need to be better. I do. That's like one thing. Like I thought, actually, speaking of like just general life goals, I've thought about like adding like, I remember thinking about like some goal about like keeping up with like news in general better. I tried doing that goal a couple of years ago, and I absolutely like, it was so hard for me because I feel like the news is just so depressing all the time, and so it just really made me anxious all the time, and so it's really hard for me to like keep up with news in like any sphere at all, even like with art, the art world, which I'm probably the most connected to. So I always feel a little like guilty when I'm not like caught up on like current events or whatever, but also like, I don't know, I probably just need to figure out like what's the best way for me to like digest that information and find that information. I do need to like really keep it at like an arm's length. It's also targeted by some people from the neckbeard part of Reddit. Oh, yikes. Easily tilted for the smallest things until he vanished from all social media, which I think helps him. Probably. I feel like vanishing from social media may help all of us in a way. In some ways more than others, for sure. Maybe not completely. Didn't he say that we all don't deserve Fez 2? Oh. I don't know. We probably don't. Maybe. I don't know. Fez is a great game, though. News makes us all feel down? Yeah. I don't know how people, like, work in news. In a 2013 episode of Invisible Walls, a video podcast from GameTrailers.com, Beer cited Fish and Blow as the top indie developers who were always available for a statement, calling them the self-styled kings of the indie genre. However, Beer didn't believe that the title was deserved and went on to rant about the pair. Later that day, Fish locked his Twitter account, but not before announcing that Fez 2 was cancelled and he was leaving the game industry. Fish actually said that he wished video games were a building so he could burn it down. Later, Fish's company Polytron confirmed that Fez 2 was indeed cancelled and he disappeared. There was another event that could have influenced Fish's departure from gaming, though. Before announcing Fez 2's cancellation, Fish released a series of panicked tweets stating he had been doxxed by 4chan. The leak of Fish's information was intended to be a punishment for his support of Zoe Quinn, the game developer at the heart of gaming. Okay, this is what I remember reading something about. So he wasn't against her. For some reason I thought he had been like against her. But maybe I was just remembering that like he was really like paranoid and kind of weird about social media and stuff. The combination of Beer's harsh criticism and the alleged doxing proved to be too much for Fish, and he released a slew of tweets describing his frustration with the gaming industry. Sorry for the wall of text. No, you're fine. That's all very interesting. And thank you for helping me remember what I remember researching a couple years ago. I think Phil Fish was just really just a weird dude but had a good heart. Yeah, sounds like it. For some reason I remembered it the other way around, but that's probably because I fully expect men game developers to be screwed up. Which is also a generalization that I should maybe not be making as much if we are to, as per our brief conversation earlier about news media and workplace industry issues, social justice. Social media isn't good for anyone's psyche, but some of us can be more susceptible to the negativity. Yes. I remember talking about, I know we've talked about this on stream before, but I remember watching that one documentary about social media. The Social Dilemma, that's it. And it kind of hits that point real hard. I definitely feel like I am maybe not as susceptible to the like negativity aspects of it. Like I don't feel like maybe depressed when I read the news, but it definitely makes me very anxious. And that like I feel like the world is ending. Can only imagine what it does to famous people. Yeah, I don't want to be famous. I don't want to be famous. Famous bots can get out of here. Either ignore it or you go Britney Spears. And like, I don't know. Like my opinion, not that anyone asked, but my opinion of social media is that it is not a good platform to have discussions about about topics that can become very charged and very heated and very polarized, because everyone, and maybe I say everyone, so I'm definitely making a generalization here, but like social media is not conducive to having like a real conversation with a person, because you're usually hidden behind that wall of anonymity, and you're usually saying things via words and also in a very curated way, typically in a very curated way. And if it's not as curated, then it's like you haven't really had the time to think it through, but it comes off as something you had curated in that way. And so there's a lot of like miscommunication, misinformation that comes through when you're trying to talk about things on social media. And I just don't think you want to have a solid conversation with a person about like things that get people riled up. And I think about politics a lot when I think about this, or like just civil rights issues in general. I think social media is maybe a good starting point for spreading awareness, but like I don't think it doesn't seem to ever turn into something that is like a source for learning in itself. Like if you want to become aware of something, sure. But if you want to learn about something more in depth, you gotta go do the research on your own, you know? I had to watch that for college. It just infuriated me. The people responsible for the way the world is right now just do a 180 and say whoops and shrug off. Well, I think, like, as a software designer, I think about, and I'm sure I've mentioned these things to you before, LP, but like, especially with the like influence of social media, when I learned how to design apps and design software and design user experience, like I remember learning about like design ethics, and that like one of the biggest tenets of that lesson was that like for every feature that you put in an application or on a website, someone is going to figure out how to abuse that and turn it on its head and make it into something bad. And it could be intentional, it could be unintentional. So one of the most, maybe not the most profound thing, but one of the like kind of like eye-opening things for me, I remember when watching that documentary, is that like they interviewed the guy who like designed the like button or whatever for Facebook, and I think, and like the point behind it is actually really positive, you know, but like people turn it into like this popularity contest, and that's like where all the negativity and the issues around it stem from now. And so like that was an unintentional design consequence of that, of something that was supposed to be good, and at its heart is still, I think, good, but because we are people and we screw things up a lot, you know, we turned it into something that has been problematic and has not helped our psychological well-being when we use social media. So I don't know, like there's probably a lot of people in this world who have just done a 180 and said like whoops and just shrug it off and like don't like, they're not held accountable. But like I remember when that guy was talking about it, like I think he felt really bad, but like you can't like take it back, you know? I feel like you can't really take the like feature back anymore. It's like, you know, how would anything work? Like that's almost one of the most like cementing features on social media these days. Discourse, if it doesn't already start weird, it gets weird the longer it goes on. Very true. I don't think it helps personally. Humans are social animals and supposed to interact with fellow people, but not to this extent, not this widespread. Interesting. Well, I that's an interesting point. I don't know if I agree with that. Maybe I do. I have to think on that more, I think. But like I like how it makes interaction accessible, but also like I do see the risks of having that like widespread communication and interaction with people that you have literally no like prior knowledge of and of their experiences and of their culture. I can see that as like both a good and a bad thing. Like I've definitely been exposed to things that I like that I wouldn't have been otherwise. People that I like, information or like other areas of like interest that I like through social media. But like I do see your point. I have to think on that more. Well, being too isolated can create bigotry. Being too exposed is probably just as negative. Yeah, I can see that. It's like the polar opposite of bigotry. The polar negative opposite of bigotry. Remembering Banjo, I'm so happy for you, Rosie. Sounds like it's going well then. I 100% believe that those people had their best intentions behind the apps and such, but then the money rolled in. Yeah. People can get caught up in the money, and I think later on, if they don't regret it, they definitely do. Like, I think those people either really regretted, like, continuing to design those things the way they were, the way they were headed, or they still want everything to do with the bad things of social media. Can't take that back, but some of them just don't even show any resemblance of remorse. Yeah. I know the big point of the documentary is that there are people fighting against what big tech is doing, but it is small potatoes compared to the damage that was already done. Yeah, I don't know. Like, what do you do? Like, how do you recover? Do we recover, or do we just kind of try to patch it up? And like you can't, I don't think you can go back to what it was before, you know? Not, that's not like how time works and progression works. But like, how do you turn it back into something positive, you know? It kind of gave it what it should have been done, more regulation and such. Yeah, probably. But like, you know, just like the title of my stream is, hindsight is 2020, and I just, like, I don't know, maybe I sound like an apologist for these people, and I don't know if I want to be an apologist for these people, but like, I don't think anyone had any idea that there would need to be regulation. Like, maybe it would have been a great idea at the time, but I don't think anybody really realized at the time that it would need such regulation. I don't know. But also, like, yeah, I can't say for sure, because it's like you're getting into hypotheticals of like what maybe should and could have happened, but like it's not what actually happened, you know? But I agree with you, like regulation would have been great. I don't think anybody knew that they would want or need it. Pretty easy for me to say what could have been done. Well, yeah. It's easy for all of us to say like what could have been done, because we know better now. Yeah. And it kind of sucks because you know better now. These companies are chasing ever increasing profits, then these problems will just compound as social media tries to be even more present in our lives. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's gonna be like, that's just gonna be a thing as long as like we remain in a capitalist society, you know? Every company, every big company is gonna do what makes them money for as little risk as possible. And I'm sure they do risk analysis and whatever in those companies, but like you can't know all the risks. And even then, like who is the one who decides what risks are worth it? And how can they remain as impartial as possible? What is motivating them to be as impartial as possible? Do you still feel that regulation was something that it was always needed, but big tech lobby was always strong? Yeah. Mostly because old white politicians know nothing about technology. Yes, indeed. They do not. We do, it's supposed to be our decision, but like we don't know the risks either. You know? No, I don't feel like anybody knows the risks until they see what's happening. And then even then, like, we don't, I feel like, at least in the US, it's so hard to get, like, something done about it once the risks are known. Now we're getting younger people who at least know how to survive Google search. This is like turning into an episode of like Black Mirror or something. Hey, Rosie. Yeah, we're having a fun time. The future is bleak. Very bleak indeed. one of these days, I'm just gonna like, I feel this is like so hypocritical of me as like a software designer. Like I'm working on designing an app at work right now, right? But it's like one of these days I'm gonna like give up like my smartphone. I'm gonna give up all of my social media accounts and be like, I'm free. I've never been this free in my entire life. So we stop risks by putting people in charge that know more about how current stuff works. Yeah. I mean, yes. In theory, yes. And, like, in theory, technically we do that now, but it turns out, like, it seems like we are not finding the right people. Like, I think we're trying to find the right people and it just continually does not work out. Don't leave Discord and Twitch, please. I hope not. Like, I feel like at this point in my life, Twitch and Discord are like maybe I could give up Instagram, but I do rely on Twitch and Discord a lot these days to like stay connected. If anything, it won't be anytime soon, but maybe when I become a hermit and like move out to like the woods and start my own like Stardew Valley farm and like leave my desk job and just fall in love with an artist named Leah who lives in her cabin in the woods and makes art, and then I buy all my food and my seeds for my farm from Pierre. Maybe that's when I give up Twitch and Discord. My New Year's resolution is revolution. I love that. I like that. Now, how are you gonna put that revolution in place? Like, that's a great idea. I feel like we maybe need a few like steps to get there, you know? How are we getting to revolution? Hi, PW. We're talking about, we've been having a conversation about social media. And I was talking about how I just want to pull a Stardew Valley and go off the grid, live on a farm, have no social media, no like internet access, and like live, you know? It sounds very appealing. Even hermits in cabins have to pay taxes, so you still have a voice. Yes, that is not to mean that like I will like not like will not be involved with like my culture and society and my own politics that like affect me and others. I just think I think my point is to get away from the online culture. And then I will let people who still participate in online culture, like they can make the decisions about what they want to do with social media. But I at that point, I feel like I will not want a part in it. Let's be real, I brought the vibe down by telling you some shit the games industry goes through. No! This is such a good conversation, LP. It's not a bad vibe. I mean, it's like hard to talk about, but it's like it's such a good conversation, and I like talking about these things because they're important. And we went to big tech and politics. You know, just one thing leads to the other. Can we survive without internet in this age? Off-grid? Yes. Yes, I fully believe we can. And LP, I know we've talked about this as well on stream, but like I also, I feel like that, like going off the grid and like living off the land and like working, like I think I've mentioned maybe specifically to you that I really like the physicality of like working with my hands and working with my body. And so, that just like helps that out, you know, a lot. Because I'm like living off the fruits of like the physical fruits of my labor, as opposed to just like right now the fruits of my labor is like a salary, which like money is what even is money. It's like such a weird, you know, arbitrary abstract concept that like we give meaning to because we say it does, you know. All I use anymore is only Twitch and Discord, no Insta, no Facebook, no Reddit. Well, I still use YouTube. Does that count? I don't know. I like know YouTube is like a social media platform, but like I don't do anything on like YouTube. Like I've got my VOD channel that I upload stuff to, but I don't like do anything with it. It's just there for like archival purposes. But like I don't like comment on anything. I don't talk to people on YouTube. So I don't know. I think you're good. No Insta, no Facebook, and no Reddit. That's very impressive. We did talk about one of my goals earlier was to do a social media evaluation and close out like my unused or unwanted accounts, which I have not really done much on because like there's always like that what if, you know? Like what if it would be nice to like still be connected to this person, but like also I don't think I really care. But like I think the goal is to get down to like Twitch, Discord, and Instagram. Like those are like my big three right now, and I think that's all I really need. Due to places like Amazon making local places close, how do you get the items you need on your farm? If you can't buy locally, you have to order on the internet. I suppose you're right. I think I would have to like do all the ordering and everything like with like still intact on the grid. And then once I have my setup, then I just like cut it off, you know? I think that's how I would have to do it. But then like what if I need like repairs and stuff? I suppose at that point I'd have to learn how to do repairs on my own. But then like where do I go to learn? Probably need the internet again. Can't escape. Sucks. Consume YouTube content without ever interacting, so you're right, yeah. But I feel like you can consume really any social media content without interacting. Like I can scroll infinitely on Instagram without liking anything or sending DMs to people. Same with Twitter. Reddit is pretty much not social media for me because I literally do not interact with anything on Reddit. I don't go on Reddit very often, but when I do, I just read stuff. Try to avoid negative stuff on Twitter. Good for you. Still being aware of stuff. Yeah, it's a hard line to balance. The only reason I haven't deleted my Facebook is because of all the photos and things like that on Facebook. Basically as a cloud. Yeah. That's kind of how I see like YouTube for me, at least for like my streaming stuff. Like I've been uploading my VODs just to like have a free place to let them live forever. Because one day I will run out of space on my hard drive. You have to be self-sufficient. There's books for that. All you need is a sharp axe. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how feasible only having a sharp axe is, but I think you can go far if you really learn to be innovative and self-sufficient. You can eat books physically or like mentally. Because I eat books all the time mentally. I've learned how to do so many things on YouTube. It is so helpful. Same. That's how I learned how to like use pretty much every design tool that I use nowadays. Like Photoshop, Illustrator, Zeppelin, XD, Jira. I've been learning a lot about, like, since I work on a development team, I've been doing some like high level like research on like how things work in development and stuff like that, and like different programming languages, and like it's great. But also I go on like rabbit holes of just like shitpost TikTok compilations sometimes, you know? Also, this is gonna sound really weird, but maybe not as weird if we talk about Discord as like a source of social media, but like Slack for me, I'm in a couple Slack workspaces that feel just like very much like a lot of the Discord servers that I'm in. It's just like conversations people are having with each other. And I like those too. So I guess I can put Slack on my list. How about on Twitter? You also have to see everyone's conversations. If it was a feed only without comments, that'd be nice. That's true. I see that. YouTube is pretty great, even though it is pretty bad. Yeah, you just gotta know how to. You just gotta know how to keep yourself in your own boundaries. Off-grid YouTubers, though some of their politics are not great, but the info is good. One of my favorite YouTube channels, kind of in that same zone or genre, I guess. There's this, I cannot pronounce her name, but she is Chinese and she like lives on her like grandmother's like little ranch, just like in like this I can never say rural part of China. And like I love watching her videos of like just like the food that she grows and like cooks herself, and the things she makes with like like bamboo that she grows on the farm. It's so cool. Slack with just conversations of if you fuck your own clone. Some of them do get kind of weird like that. What's the programmer's form that's stereotypically unhelpful? Yes. Stack Overflow, probably. I think I remember they just got like bought out or something too, so I think they've recently become even more unhelpful. GitHub? All I really know GitHub for is like code repositories. I don't know how much like forum type stuff on there. Yes, PW, that's her name. Thank you. I'm not good enough with Chinese pronunciations to know how to say that, but I do like her channel. Just because, like, honestly, it's goals to, like, do some of the things that she does. Stack Overflow is like a shitty Reddit. Good to know. Okay. I'm so close to getting... I'm so close to getting through my list. I've been talking for almost 4 hours. And I still have not even gone through like my year in review. I thought I would not have enough to talk about between reviewing 2021 and then coming up with stuff for 2022. Like I thought I would be struggling, but here we are 4 hours in, or 3 hours and 50 minutes in, and I haven't even started this. I don't think I'll be able to talk about 22 stuff on stream today, especially since talking for like 4 hours straight, my voice is starting to hurt a little bit. But maybe like after we talk a little more and maybe finish some stuff up and maybe put a few things in here, I'll probably just end up like filling my 2022 goals in on my own time, and then maybe posting about it in Discord. Cheers, LP. Thank you for the hydrate. Don't slouch. Okay. Okay, PW, if you insist. Stretch my back out too while I'm at it. Oof. I'm sitting up straight, using the muscles that I stretched out in my morning yoga today. Feels good. Feels good, man. Okay, Iris and the Giant. I think I said everything I wanted to say about that. I don't know much about it, but I liked the art style in the trailer, and it had a cool looking card game based mechanic for it, so I want to play it. I do own it as well. Transistor, I played on stream earlier this year, and I thought I would like it, but I really hated it. Hi Dale, how are you? We're talking about New Year's resolutions. I'm reviewing my 2021 goals right now, but I would love to hear if you have any goals for 2022. It's good to see you. How are you doing as well? I don't think I asked you that. 80s, I did talk about this earlier. I started it like a week ago, and it's been fun. I need to finish it. Overland, I think, is also another card mechanic based game. It has mixed reviews if I remember correctly, but it looked really cool. I don't know, maybe I'll like it. I don't know much about it. Dream Daddy, I don't feel like I even need to like talk about this. It's just, you know, one of those games I need to play. Also, when I play it, it'll be like tonight, in which I will have to like talk for like hours on end, so make it kind of long. Overland is more roguelike. It's tough though. They really make you feel the stress. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, I don't know much about it. I remember just watching the trailer and thinking it looked cool, so I bought it. Which is like half the games that I own in my inventory, and I've got like 300 games in my inventory on Steam only. And will I make it through? One day, I hope so. You ask my 2022 resolutions. I've been telling people to tell me their goals this whole stream. Tell me, LP. What's your what are your resolutions? I'm alright. I don't really have any set in stone goals. So much of my life is based off when I'm done with treatment. Treatment for what? Treatment for anxiety. That makes sense. And that's totally fair. I hope when you do, like figure out what you want to do and you do come up with something you want to like set as a goal, I hope whatever that may be, I wish you the best of luck, and I know you can do it. As you can see, I had a lot of goals this year and I did pretty good on them. But like also I try to like, you know, I feel like maybe these are not all set in stone, but they're like good ideas to have, you know? I played a bunch of Overland and did not enjoy it. Really? Interesting. Looks great though, solid art. Yeah, and like even just beyond pixel art, I'm just like a sucker for like a good art style in a game too. So who knows? Survive. That's a good goal, P. I can get on board with that goal. You have any like I think it's good to like, that's like a really like big, hefty, meaty goal. Do you have any like, want to break it down a little? What are your steps to survive? How do you want to survive? Y'all, I've talked so long that my playlist has ended. My Spotify playlist that is 3 hours and 54 minutes long has ended. We're starting it over. I'll be in the first ones to die when the revolution comes, Aloha. I hope not. Hey, Kayla said I'm a better gamer than her, and I just want to flex that, as you should, Rosie. It's true. I watched Rosie beat up Hornet in Hollow Knight for the first time. And she was a lot better at it than I was. So obviously that makes her a better gamer than me. My 2022 real goals are getting a good job and maybe living together with my partner. Oh, those are such good goals. I love that. Those are good goals. I wish the best for you for both of those. You just gotta channel the energy I had at this time last year when one of my life goals was to get a good full-time job in my field, and I did very quick. I wish that for you, LP. Any vibes, any of these kind of vibes I can send you, you've got them. Nonviolent. We start with those who would oppress us, then make them spill their Starbucks. I like that. Good plan. Rosie, God Gamer? God Gamer indeed. Playing games and taking names. Hell yeah. Anytime LP. I'm here for you. I just want all my friends to like have everything they want in the world, you know? They deserve it. Okay. Last two. BioShock, I played for like the first time. It was like one of the first games I played on my PC, but like before I streamed. BioShock is the first first-person shooter I've ever played. I think that says something about me. I've waited till 2021 to play a first-person shooter. I enjoyed this game generally, but like I do not know. My brother watched me play for a little bit, and it was so funny. He thought I was so funny because you could tell like I did not know how to play a first-person shooter. I would just like stand in the middle of the room and like tank damage while like shooting at people. He's like, you're supposed to be like hiding behind cover and like strafing and like doing all these things, and I'm like, just let me tank the damage, okay? And then Mutazione, one of my top games of this year. If you like it's got like Kentucky Route Zero kind of like gameplay vibes, but like it's a very different like vibe than Kentucky Route Zero. It's like kind of visual novel-ish, but like a point and click story, basically. It's very good, and it's what this song that we're currently listening to is from. It's the song I start my stream with, and I love the soundtrack, and I love the game, and I love the art for it. So I highly recommend this game. Would you be interested in playing Disco Elysium? Yes, that is actually one of the games that I wanted to put on my goals for this next year. I do own it. I bought it when it was on sale like a month or so ago. I don't know much about it, but I have seen some people play it, and it looks really interesting. And I know my brother has been playing a lot of it recently, and he's really liked it. It's on Game Pass too. I mean, if you're asking, I'm sure LP will know, but I don't have Game Pass, so. Technically an adventure game. It does look like there's quite a bit of like dialogue and like decision making too, which looks kind of interesting. But yeah, I am definitely down for playing Disco Elysium on stream. So yeah. So of these things that I have on my list, some of these will, like some of the yellow and white ones will make it over to 2022 and some will not, and I gotta go through and decide what will go where. But yeah, that is my year in review for my goals this year. Tatsione is not on Game Pass, at least not on PC. Oh, were you talking about Mutazione as an adventure game? I thought we were still talking about Disco Elysium. Remember, I initially found out about Mutazione on, back before I like had any console, like even before I had my Switch and definitely before I had my PC, I played a lot of stuff on mobile, and Apple has like their Apple Arcade, and this was a game that I saw on Apple Arcade, and I was like, oh, this looks fun. And then I found out there was a like PC version. I was like, ooh, I'm gonna have to wait to play this till I get it on PC. And I'm glad I did. The same with, there's this game called Nuts. Oh, like documenting squirrels in like a forest. That one I also found through Apple Arcade and I bought on Steam to play. It looks really cool. And the same with Alba, a wildlife adventure. I initially played that whole entire game on just my iPhone, and I bought it again on Steam because it's a very, very, very good game and it's so cute. Is that how it's pronounced? Yes. I remembered not knowing how it's pronounced, and then I looked it up, and the studio itself I think they did like a little video on YouTube about it, and it's Italian. Yeah. So, yes, I do know for a fact that it is pronounced that way. That's what's so good. I started playing a little bit on my phone and I was like, this is so fun and so cute. I'm gonna have to like play this on my PC. So I will definitely be playing that this year and I'm excited about it. It looked really fun. Thank you for contributing to the Dark Souls challenge, Rosie. I appreciate it. We're at 89%. Holy moly, we're so close. That was a famous bot. A mutant soap opera where small-town gossip meets the supernatural. Explore the Mutazione community as Kai, as she cares for her alien grandfather. Discover magical gardens, new friends, and old secrets. They can survive an apocalyptic meteor strike, but can they survive their small-town drama? That's exactly, like, that's a very good, yeah, that's a very good description of that game. Nothing like you expected? It's so good. I think it was pretty short though. I think it was like a 3-hour stream for Nuts. That's good to know. I'll keep that in mind. You want to be famous? Not through the bots, Rosie. You don't want to be famous through a bot. You thought it was an FPS game? Didn't I say it was like it was kind of like Kentucky Route Zero, and there was like a point-and-click adventure? I think I said that. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I'm just half the things I think in my head I'm not even saying out loud anymore. $2D, yes. I mean, here's like the screenshots. It's very pretty. There's Grandpa. And you like build these little gardens that are like sound based. They're very cool. Yeah, I love it. It took me 8.8 hours. Saw that name before you talked about it. Oh, interesting. Cool. I don't really see anyone like talking about this game at all, so that's very interesting to me. Anyways. But you assumed it was a first-person shooter before I talked about it. Gotcha. I see. I know now. That makes sense. Okay. Cool. Y'all, we did it. Well, I guess I did it. I made it through my reflection on my goals. It was a good time. It's been great. It's been a good time. My voice is completely shot right now. I don't know if it sounds like it is, but it feels like it is. And yeah, I think I'm just gonna wrap up and end for the night. Because I have been talking for over 4 hours now. Why the books got redacted? Because there were 2 books. There were 2 books on my list that were kind of like personal help books based on some things in my life that I am personally working through, but that I don't really want to like discuss on stream because they're very complicated and I've got a lot of feelings and conflicting thoughts and emotions and stuff about them. So I just took some precautions. But yeah, the 2 books that got redacted will be moving on to next year's list, though, I will say. Okay, just to wrap up, I was gonna make a joke about the authors being canceled. No, that's not what that is. It would have been a good joke though. Okay, cool. I'm gonna end, but before I do, before I maybe find someone to raid, I would just like to mention that this is my last stream of the year. I usually stream on Thursdays, but this weekend I'll be hanging out with fam for New Year's, so I will not be streaming tomorrow. So this is my last stream of the year, and I will see y'all in 2022 if I don't see you guys in chat before then, in someone else's chat before then. I'm gonna miss you, Tiff. Tiff, I'm still accessible. I'll be back on Monday in a new year. I'm also available in Discord and other chats on Twitch. I'm still here, don't worry about me. But anyways, as this is my last stream of the year, I would like to just thank y'all for being here as always. Y'all have really, really made my year, and I enjoy your company so very much. And you know, I don't know how to say things without getting really sappy about it, but like, just know I have a lot of like feelings and emotions, good feelings and emotions to everyone who's hung out in my streams with me, and it means a lot. So yeah, thanks. And here's to next year. Also, if you so desire, you've got like 2 more days to donate to the Tiltify campaign. No pressure, just want to make sure you know that in 2 days that campaign will close, and I will start a new one as soon as I figure out a new charity to start a campaign for. So, just in case. I needed the reminder that is there. I'm glad we get to meet each other this year. Me too. I'm so glad to have met all of you. And yeah, I love just like talking to you in chat, whether it be in my stream or other streams, or like seeing like y'all talking in like Discord servers we're all in. It's been, I love just seeing y'all in my life online every day. Love getting to know y'all better through this streamer. I'm glad I was able to help make that happen, Tiff. Your inner shared communities were big parts of my life this year, something I look forward to keep in my life. Oh, OP, you're gonna make me cry. No, I can't be sappy. It's I will get so sappy and I will cry, and then I won't, like, I'll just have to like cut stream off because I don't I'm not good at being sappy. Anyways, yeah, let me go back to my face. Hello. Again, ignore this pile of stuff that I was working on earlier. That's clothes that I'm getting rid of. Look at all those clothes I'm getting rid of. But let's see if anyone is on for us to raid, perhaps. How do y'all feel about raiding Enigme or Enigme? I never know how to say her name. I don't usually see her on at this time of night, but she is playing Kena Bridge of Spirits, which I know about but don't really know anything about, like, truly, but I've heard it's a good game. Let's raid Enigme. Let me get the raid going. Off on an adventure? You didn't tell me about your new friend from the grocery store. Good game? Yeah, I've heard lots of good stuff about it. Raid, thank you for the raid messages, Rosie. The raid is being started presently. I'll see y'all over there. Be nice to Anime. She's really sweet and very kind, and I lurk occasionally when I see her live. She's real cool. So, have a good time. Going to bed, but I'll lurk there. It's 2:20 a.m. Yeah, of course, LP. I appreciate it. Do whatever you can. Do whatever you want. Text or call me. We are friends. Yes, I know this, Rosie. Okay. I'll see y'all next year. I love ya. Bye. Good night. Peace.